Can you hear me now? Hello? Now you can hear me? Okay, that's good. Give me a minute. All right, let's try this again. Ready?
The operator never did manage to get the full address from Courtney. Thankfully, someone else in the building had heard signs of a disturbance and asked security to contact law enforcement.
City of Miami Police 911, Operator George, what is the address of your emergency?
There's an emergency. I'm calling because there's a fight is going on. Yeah, there's a fight going on right now.
Is it a physical fight?
Yes.
Not only did this caller share the full address, but he also shared the specific apartment number where the altercation and apparent injury took place. Since this report matched the partial address Courtney gave, the operator was able to confirm that this was likely in reference to the same incident. Now that they had this information, officers raced to the scene and wasted no time making their way to the apartment in question. The scene they found was every bit as dire as Courtney's hysteria on the phone suggested.
Police are here, please. Get up! Get up right now! Get up right now! Get up right now! Baby, wake up, wake up! Wait, Courtney! Keep crying. Listen to me. Get up, come on. Get it back, Steve. Get up. Please. Listen. Get up right. Jump up the floor. Come on. Get up. It's okay. It's fine. Relax. Why? You guys. Relax. What's going on? Hey, excuse me. Relax. Yo, guys, please. Relax. Sit down. Okay. Sit down. Here, just. Okay. Maybe come here. Just sit down. Please, just make sure he's okay.
As first responders struggled to control Christian's bleeding and contain Courtney, the harrowing situation threatened to spiral even more out of control.
How old is he?
He's 27. He's 28 for 2 weeks. 27 years old. We have his birthday planned for Barcelona. I'm gonna stay here. Come back.
Okay, get the dog up. Hey,
Come
what's the dog's name? The other one. Ranger. Over here. Ranger.
It's like his dad, so he's...
Ranger, let's go.
Ranger, come on, baby. Hey, it's like his dad.
Doesn't matter. You stay right here.
Okay.
While officers inside raced to help Christian as they waited for emergency medical services to arrive, Courtney remained frenzied.
Guys, please tell me what's going on. I just want to make sure he's going to be okay. Please, tell me what's going on. I'm looking at you. I'm looking you in the eyes. Girl, please tell me if he's okay. Can I please stand up and see?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
I'm covering his blood because I'm...
Okay, I understand that. Okay. All right.
Things might have been quieter inside the apartment, but the situation was growing more urgent by the second.
Hey, I asked you to help you out. Relax, boss. You're bleeding a lot from here, man.
Just like the officer said, fire rescue arrived just seconds later and began working to stabilize Christian enough that they could move him out of the apartment and into the ambulance waiting downstairs. a task that turned out to be easier said than done.
Hey, relax, man. Relax, boss. Hey, Christian. Christian.
The EMS team was in for quite a surprise while assessing Christian.
Yo, we don't know what we have. But he has to go somewhere. But he started moving, so we don't know if.
Let me make some room for the stretch and all this stuff.
That's right. The first officers to respond had actually handcuffed Christian as well as Courtney. Not knowing who the aggressor was, this would eventually become the main question of the investigation that followed.
Yeah, it's gonna
We get the stuff, you know?
I mean, you have the key. I have the key, yeah, but I didn't want him fighting. So
we need to say it.
I understand that.
Both Courtney and Christian would be closely scrutinized in the hours to come. But for now, medical attention took priority. Christian was uncuffed and released into the custody of the paramedics. However, they ran into another, even larger issue almost immediately. Upon seeing what was happening with Christian, Courtney, who had been moved outside, launched into a fresh wave of hysteria.
Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Listen to me. Sit down. Sit down. Don't move from there.
Why
You're not helping anymore. Everybody's here to help him out. Let me
that
go.
was not a body bag, is it?
No.
It was, in fact, a body bag, but not for the reason one might expect. The hall leading to the elevator was too small for a gurney, not to mention crowded with people and debris. The EMS workers were forced to improvise and fashioned a makeshift sling with the only item they had readily available. Only once they were out of the tight confines of the apartment were they able to get him onto a proper stretcher. With Christian being rushed to the hospital, the police were left with the only person who might be able to explain what on earth had happened in the apartment, the still distraught Courtney.
Listen, the detectives are coming. You're going to talk to them, and then you're going to explain your...
But I'm gonna be covered in blood. I look crazy. I was holding him while he was spurting blood, trying to stop the blood.
I need you to be calm. Okay? And explain to me exactly what happened.
I just feel like I'm not sure because I feel like he might die. I just need to know that he's okay.
He's at the hospital. We don't know yet.
Okay, there's no way I can be at the hospital.
Right now, no. We're conducting an investigation.
Zero chance.
Why? Why is that?
Zero chance.
Why is that?
Because we need you here.
We're doing an investigation. That's why.
We can all watch you. We can all...
Okay, I know, but please, like you're making like it's just like when I go in there, please get my sweatpants.
Despite Courtney's pleas, the only sanctioned change to her wardrobe was the addition of a robe. When the detectives arrived, the officers were instructed to take Courtney to the police station for an in-depth conversation.
Can I say bye? Can I say bye to my dad? I'll be right back, please. I'll be right back, okay? In here. I'll be right back. Ranger.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, dude. I'll be right back. Okay?
Her farewell to the dogs might have been emotional, but by the time she reached the Miami-Dade police station, Courtney sounded far more collected and casual than one might expect.
Wow, this looks like the Dexter office. Look at that. I've never been in something like that.
Shit, this is...
Oh, it's supposed to be in Miami Police Department to make a joke.
Instead of replying, the officers escorted Courtney into an interrogation room to wait for the detectives.
Confirming I'm the police guy.
Yes. This one, so I can check that out.
Like a paper towel or tissue or anything.
Yeah, okay,
I've been crying a lot.
When she was left alone, Courtney appeared to once again become deeply distressed.
Please, God. Please, God. Let me. My God. Please. God. Christian, okay. Somebody needs to...
Yeah, we're going to talk to now. Everything shut in.
I don't even realize that I'm just like, I just do not believe the way my day went.
Yeah.
And it's way worse than I just really want to get to the hospital.
Yeah. We'll talk to
I
you.
desperately want to get to the hospital.
Right. I mean, either way, so you don't rush, you still wouldn't be able to see him at this point. Obviously,
You know what?
you wouldn't be able to see him at this point, so that way you don't have to, you're still working, you're still taking care of him, not a process. So I don't understand.
I can.
So, yeah, we'll talk about it, okay?
After receiving tissues and water, Courtney was alone again to continue her emotional ruminations.
Please, God, don't take your shit. Come speak to me. Please, come on. We're not going to work out with God. Let me talk to him again. Let us both tell each other.
After 15 minutes, she was joined by detectives who were eager to learn how on earth the bloody scene in the apartment came to be.
My apologies for being absolutely covered in blood. Listen, you don't have to apologize, okay? I completely understand. Alright? Things happen, and you can't control it.
Courtney shared some basic info about herself and Christian, including the fact that his birthday was in just over a week. Once again, Courtney became emotional.
Just take a breather. No, when you told me about the park with my dog today, like I just did not know I said this and sorry. How long have you guys been together? About 2 years. How long have you guys been together? Since since like I think of January. We moved here January this year together for the And you guys work here in Miami, or you guys have your own business? I do social media, so I'm an influencer, I guess that's what. Yeah, I'm an influencer. And he does things.
In addition, Christian sometimes helped Courtney create content for her Instagram and OnlyFans accounts. In the interrogation room, Courtney quickly succumbed to her emotions again as she described her future plans with Christian.
We have the dog picked out. The golden retriever, we're going to name Noah. We're going to get the house. We're going to have a backyard. Because I have 2 dogs and I have 3. So we're planning on staying here for a while. I just hope we get the opportunity to do that.
Once again, Courtney composed herself and returned to the matter at hand.
Thank you guys for giving me water and vegetables. Make me okay. He's from the hospital. They're still I'm monitoring him and talking to him. So we're waiting. Oh my God! So he's not even have surgery. Well, I don't know. They're still. Doing X-rays and stuff like that. So I don't know yet. I'm waiting to hear a response. That's all I have to say. Okay.
Courtney sounded relieved, but in reality, Christian was far from being out of the woods. Only time would tell if he would survive his grievous wound.
Once we're done, I'll go talk to them again and see what's the update, okay? Hopefully I'm over freaking out and like I'll be able to see him or whatever. Does he have any family? He does, yes. Yeah. Yes. His mom and grandma. He's close to mom and grandma? Mm-hmm. Where, here in Miami or? They live in Dallas. I think his grandma may still be in Nigeria. Because they forget a lot, but I think that they're back in Dallas. Okay. He has a brother that lives in I2. I think he's in. We don't know where his sister lives. Do you happen to know if you have their phone number? Or? None of theirs, no. What's his mother? You know, he told me. I'm terrible right now. I really I just like remembering. And I've met her multiple times. I've been to her house for nice. I'm pretty bad. I mean, how many times have you seen? I think 4 times. So I got exposed to dogs of Christian today. Who? Christian. Oh. They haven't told me everything. I'm the victim. He's definitely the victim. What do you say?
Courtney then launched into her story of the lead up to the argument.
Yes. I just got back together. I had broken up with him. And then he came back for the last 2 nights. And everything was good. And then started into an argument. And I ended up getting scared. And I think that I overreacted. Or not overreacted necessarily, but reacted. And I just we should know exactly what might happen before anything happens. We were going to walk down to this park over by like the Paramount, which has like the beach volleyball and basketball court and all that. We're gonna walk over there and let my dog Ranger play soccer. That was my plan for the day.
At this point, the detectives finally hit pause and made Courtney aware of her rights.
Would I be able to talk to my father? Because he's pretty much acts as my attorney with, like, you know, like for stuff like this. Obviously, I've never been this kind.
Is he an attorney?
No. He's just, he's just,
We'll give you time
we
to
know what to do.
If you were under 18, then yeah, I would provide you a phone call to your father. Well, you're over 18, so
I don't feel like it. Like, I mean, I was sitting there in a freaking puddle of my boyfriend's blood, begging him to, like, please not, like, give up on me. Like, man, like, just serious. My boyfriend is not dead, is he?
you can't talk to us right now. You're waiting to
I want to go take that talk. Am I going to be able to do that?
So for right now, I can't give you an answer. Okay, we just have to go through everything. Because remember, this just happened.
After a bit more consideration, Courtney decided to go ahead with the conversation. The bloody tale she was about to tell was shocking, but the most horrendous details would come from some unexpected additional sources.
You think about history of domestic violence?
Yeah,
How many incidents you think you've had?
I don't know. But we shouldn't be together.
You say one or two, or just too many to?
Oh my god. Oh my god. And I haven't got to my ankle. It's like, what?
Who did it?
Oh my god, it's like a sour god. Okay. No. We can,
I'll give it time.
yeah, I'm not trying to interrupt, but I know. This is absolutely the most insane that I think I've ever been involved in.
I think anybody.
After allowing her to dab away some of the blood on her leg, the detectives gently steered Courtney back to the original question.
Have you made a report before?
No.
You've never made a report?
Oh, I did in Dallas, actually, about a year ago. And he was saying,
And what happened there?
he had pushed me in the, lobby, like, it wasn't like a big deal, and they made it a huge deal. And he ended up getting taken to jail or something.
Yeah.
Which, I don't think it was necessary, but yeah. He had been, and then also I and AX in August. So, you know, you said one.
Okay. What happened in Vegas?
The incident in question took place almost a year prior, on July 27th, 2021. Fortunately, the detectives didn't have to rely solely on Courtney's recollection, as the entire call had been captured on body cam. Back in July, when the police officer arrived at the hotel where Courtney and Christian stayed, the pair had already been detained by security.
So, Chris, why am I here today? Tell me what's going on.
We got very hard at 22. Now we're supposed to go to dinner like 8:30. She goes to sleep. I wake up at 5. Morning on the couch. She asks me to go to the bed 3 times, which I did. And he called security. For some reason, there's no reason to be here at all.
So, obviously, you're here because she called security. What were you guys arguing about?
Started, it was cold. She asked me to go to bed. She's like, hey, I was like, no, I don't need you, babe. I'm just like disappointed. But like, we didn't do anything.
How this disappointment over missing dinner had escalated to an altercation worthy of police intervention remained unclear. But what Christian said next proved that the situation was even more serious than the officer likely suspected.
Did anybody hit, punch, spit each other?
It was. They met about my face.
When the officer went next door to talk to Courtney, however, she said that wasn't the case.
Things got blown out of proportion. Like 2 times. We were going back and forth, like getting really loud. And I decided to call because we were getting really loud. It wasn't because I was scared or anything. It wouldn't hurt me. But I felt that we were either going to get kicked out or wake people up or something because it was just like escalating.
Okay.
And I thought it was going to disturb everybody, so I felt the need to have him removed from the room.
Did you throw something?
Did I?
Yeah.
No.
Did anybody throw anything?
No.
Christian's statement had once again suggested otherwise.
What triggered her to throw in the glass at you?
I think it's my tone. Like, she told me to work on a couple things, like my tone, facial expressions.
And after she threw the glass at you, did you punch her, hit her, pull her hair, spit on her, anything like that? So what do you do?
One thing I did not really deep stop. I was like, hey, stop it. I just don't want her to get in trouble with the little person who got
When he talked with Courtney, the officer had pressed her harder about throwing the glass.
Okay, so when I go to the room and I see a broken glass on the floor, where did the glass come from?
I don't know. I literally couldn't even remember how the fight started.
Sure enough, when the officer looked around the couple's bedroom, there had been shards of broken glass amongst the mess. Based on this discovery, things hadn't looked good for Courtney.
Did you remember throwing the glass?
No, I don't. Oh, that sounds like me. Like I'm so foggy. I don't hardly any sleep. Like I'm not like drunk even. I just really like am not functioning. Does that make sense?
No, not really. Did you throw a bottle at him or a glass at him? You say you've done it
yes.
before.
Yes. I know that he didn't do it. Because I'm throwing things in my.
Okay, once again, do you think you did it or you did it?
I did.
This admission had changed the situation drastically, which the officer had explained to Christian as he escorted him into the hall.
I'm going to try to make it as short as I can. I don't want to give you a long speech here, okay? There's a lot of things that we have discretion with, and there's a lot of things that we don't. This is one of them. You guys are in a relationship. She threw a glass at you. The glass is there. She had me to throw in the glass. When that happens, I have to make an arrest. I can't tell the judge. Let me finish. He doesn't have any prize for that. I don't think there's going to be any issue. However, the state here puts anyone that is a suspect on battery of domestic violence on a 12-hour hold. I can't let you proceed. No, sure. Hey, no, I don't have to. I don't have to do anything. All I have to do is what the law says I have to do.
The hotel staff had said they would allow Christian to collect his belongings from the room upstairs, but after that, he would no longer be welcome on the property. While security guards attempted to convince him to go get his things, the officer had gone back into the office to break the news to Courtney. As soon as she heard she was about to be arrested, her story began to change.
All right, Courtney. This is the deal. So, the investigation shows that you threw a glass at him, and that in the state is considered a battery. And since you two are in a relationship, that is considered battery of domestic violence. It's a mandatory arrest.
Okay, there's a lot that I didn't say because I didn't want him to get in trouble.
Okay.
I'm pushing down.
Anything else that you tell me, I'll be happy to put it on the report. But at this point, you're going to be transported, okay?
May I at least get a hug from my boyfriend before?
He's already gone.
Christian wasn't actually gone. He'd refused to walk away from the security office to remove his things from the room. And ultimately, hotel security had made the decision to remove him.
There's a lot that happened that I don't want to bring up.
Let me explain to you.
I haven't
Calm down for a second.
I haven't brushed my teeth. I need to shower. And it's yeah.
Let me explain to you how this is going to work.
Despite her pleas, the officer wasn't budging. That hadn't seemed to dissuade Courtney from continuing her efforts, though.
Can I just walk peacefully out with you, please? I really don't.
Go ahead and stand up. Face it.
I need to go number 2.
Courtney had been assured that she would be able to use the bathroom at the jail and was escorted to the transport vehicle waiting outside. Even though this fight ended in an arrest, this would pale in comparison to the events yet to come. This run-in with the law hadn't been enough to dissuade the couple from further altercations. As the police now investigated Christian's severe injury in April, they searched Courtney's phone and came across a collection of appalling evidence with the potential to change the entire case. First, they found that Courtney had been keeping notes to herself about her altercations with Christian, revealing some truly heinous conduct. "Do not physically hurt him," she wrote in November, almost 5 months before Christian's hospitalization. "Stop spitting, period." Courtney further commented that she was just abusive and coming close to really hurting him. Shocking as this may be, it was just the tip of the iceberg when it came to digital evidence of the couple's toxic dynamic. Back in the interrogation room, the police sought more details from Courtney about the couple's history of conflict.
How many times has the police been called to your apartment? Or you called to the police since January?
Okay. Police have been called once because I called them because my boyfriend was threatening.
Why was he threatening?
I don't remember exactly what the situation was, but he had taken a knife, he grabbed it in front of my face, and then I got scared, and he was kind of waving it at me, but it wasn't for me, and then he took it into the extra room and slammed the door, so I got really scared that he was doing something in there that I couldn't control, so I called the cops. And he wasn't very happy with me about that.
Earlier, just after Christian was found bleeding and unresponsive, the apartment building manager had confirmed that police had responded to multiple recent calls about Courtney and Christian.
Police has came 5 times. She was committed 5 different times. They were punching each other 5 different times. And until this day, this man, he's unconscious, full of blood. Shit was here.
Significantly, the building manager wasn't the only one to attest to Courtney and Christian's history of violence. Shortly after Christian was whisked away in an ambulance, a man who lived across the street approached one of the officers to share more disturbing information.
We're on the 21st floor, they're on the 22nd. I see him. My girl saw too. In that bedroom, that's facing out to a street. Punching her? Oh yeah, hitting her. And I'm like, babe, look. He saw us looking, blinds go straight down. All week we've been seeing cops come to his building. You know, we're a big community here, so we're kind of like, what's going on? And then today, I see you guys are all there, and I'm like, I gotta go say something.
While going through the couple's text message history, the police found evidence that things were even worse between Courtney and Christian than the witnesses knew. For example, they found an apology from Courtney dated February 5th, 2 months before Christian's life-threatening injury that read, "You deserved better treatment in the days following, and when I cut you, I absolutely hate myself for what I did to you." However, they were fighting again, almost immediately. Courtney didn't seem to know, but Christian had been secretly recording some of their more serious fights. This one took place on February 8th, just 3 days after Courtney apologized for cutting him, proving just how incredibly volatile their relationship had been.
Decide whether or not you're done gaslighting me. Decide whether or not you're done gaslighting. I am mad that you told me to decide right now.
That's all. I asked you so many times that I don't know, and I apologize, but you hit me.
Don't.
No physical violence was depicted in Christian's video, but security footage from the apartment building told another story. Days later, on February 21st, police found this security video of an extended physical altercation between the couple. Unfortunately, the security footage didn't have audio capacity, and the reason for the argument remains unknown. Even without sound, though, it was easy to tell that things were already spiraling out of control between Courtney and Christian. The investigation would show that this sort of behavior was even more pervasive than anyone yet suspected.
And what do you guys usually argue about? Or is it always a different issue?
I don't even know.
Do you mind telling us about those arguments or no?
I don't think there's a point. I cannot remember everything, so I don't want to remember part of it.
Are you guys panically related?
For sure, for some of it, yeah.
Another argument, recorded a month later on March 5th by one of Courtney and Christian's friends, was clearly based on jealousy. This altercation was even more aggressive than the one in February.
You know, like I was over for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And now I'm not over because I knew. You're Henry Renaissance. Instigated years. No, you're telling me I touched the today when I. You didn't say nothing. You said I did. You were leaving. Yo, you were dumb. You were flirting. And three girls. Three girls. Those three girls. You? Well, I think that doesn't matter. You were the most. I remember my life. You, Courtney. Shoot, get the out of here. This isn't even a house. Yeah, cool. So, you're like my boyfriend. Get the out of here. It's not their boyfriend. Get the out of here. Okay, I'll remember that next time. Yeah, next time. Get out. Don't touch me again. Good, get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Oh, well. I never want to see you again.
And yet, there were still worse incidents the police would soon unearth.
So, have you ever put his hand on you before? How many times was it? I think that's what 2 years you've been together.
Yeah, maybe like 5 times. I remember there was a time when he hit me really hard in the head, and I was gonna discombobulated, but I can't even remember what it was. It might have just been like when we were drunk, but I know it happened, so I'll just leave that out because I can't give you the exact facts. Okay. I don't want to lie about anything. The last time was in Balloon. She grabbed me by my ear or something. We were both drinking. But there was a bench in front of our bed. And he threw me against the bench, and I hit the bench. My head at the bench. And I fell on the floor. There was another time my mom was on the phone, and he threw me into the wall in the bathroom. But, I mean, I am certainly a crazy person. So there was that one. But the cops have been up there one other time yesterday for absolutely everything. Absolutely none.
The police's visit to Courtney's apartment the night before Christian was discovered in critical condition had been recorded on body cam. This situation, too, appeared to have been more complicated than she was letting on.
Yeah. We had a domestic dispute.
Okay.
Can you please let me into my apartment? Please? Yes. I am free.
Hold on. What's going on?
Okay.
Where's your apartment? You have a key?
Please.
You don't need to talk to me. What's going on?
Lying about.
Where's your key?
Courtney explained that she was locked out during the course of an argument with her boyfriend, Christian. The building security manager explained how things went from bad to worse when Courtney came to the lobby to retrieve the spare key. This incident was eerily similar to a horrendous exchange that police uncovered between Christian and Courtney from months earlier. On October 9th, 2021, 6 months before Christian was found in critical condition, he messaged Courtney the following. The crazy thing about this is that yesterday when you stabbed me in the leg and you saw how bad it was hurting me, and I couldn't walk, and you were telling me I wish I could take your pain away. Did I make you feel like for stabbing me? No, I just sucked it up and hope tomorrow will be better. That's right, Courtney had apparently stabbed Christian before. Unfortunately, no police report was ever made, and the violence only escalated from there until Christian was found now on the verge of death. Back at the apartment building the night before police found Christian with harrowing wounds, the building security manager told police what he'd witnessed.
Our boyfriend comes charging towards her, and we actually try to get in the middle of it. The boyfriend actually came after her, and I was walking towards there, and then I just said, enough is enough. Police need to be called. She said she don't want police to be called. But when it's in a common area, something happened like that, safety is the residents first.
Further investigation into the text messages surrounding the stabbing from 6 months earlier revealed that Courtney never responded to Christian's message. The next day, he sent another, indicating that yet another physical altercation had taken place. He wrote, "Hey, I'm sorry. If it's okay, can I come back up? I know you said 5 minutes, but I've been in the restroom. My nose is bleeding and the back of my head hurts, like really hurts. IDK if it was your hand or the phone, but I'm really dizzy." This time, Courtney responded and told Christian, "I'm putting your stuff up. You can come get it when I say you can. Go to first aid." The rest of the conversation would reveal a whole new level of cruelty. Back on the night before Christian's hospitalization, Courtney was determined to share her version of the story after hearing what the building manager reported.
What else?
I was told I was going to get a chance to speak.
Go ahead, Courtney. What's going on?
Are you going to listen?
I'm listening. Go ahead. I need to scream.
Okay, did you hear all this?
The person on the other end of the phone call was Courtney's father, who remained on the line for the duration of the police's visit. During the similar conflict 6 months earlier, Christian had continued to plead with Courtney to let him back into the apartment, revealing even more disturbing information in the process. A few minutes after Courtney told him to go to first aid, he wrote, "Can you please let me in and help me, please? I can't keep walking up and down when my leg hurts. Come on." Courtney did not appear to have let Christian inside. He contacted her again, saying, "You hit me in the face with a phone, then continue to hit the back of my head with the phone. Now I have a lump. I'm bleeding, throwing up. I think I got a mild concussion and have anxiety. I slept in the restroom for 2 hours and I'm just lost beyond words." Finally, Courtney apologized to Christian. "I'm sorry for hitting you in the face and the back of your head and spitting on you. Is it right? No. You just pissed me the off, but I still love you." All this and more would come to light as the investigation continued, including the couple's apparent history of substance use. However, this was only the beginning, as there was still more appalling evidence of the couple's violent relationship. Back on the night before Christian was found fighting for his life, Courtney was determined to make the police listen to her.
Why do you have something against me, man? Like, I'm just trying to...
What else? Anything against you?
It seems like
We're trying to talk.
The officer Courtney had argued with stepped aside to talk to the security manager. When talking with him and several other employees, the officer learned that Courtney and Christian were actually in the process of being evicted for not paying rent. Courtney didn't mention this in conversation with the other two police officers. It probably didn't help their situation that allegedly residents as far as 2 floors above and below Courtney and Christian's apartment could hear them yelling at each other and reported the disturbances.
What do you need?
What? My feelings and I need I don't care. I'll hold it down. Yes. I broke up with him about a week ago. I had my mom fly after me. She stayed with me for a week. I was like, get him out, and he kept sleeping in the elevator inside of my extra couch.
Courtney said that her mother had gone home that morning, after which things with Christian had taken a turn for the worst again.
I stayed in my apartment all day. I didn't take my dogs out for 8 hours because I was afraid that when I came down here, I was going to beat him. But when I did cheat down, I walked my dogs, and he was telling me he wouldn't leave me alone. And then all of a sudden, he flung me in the elevator, and I said, "Don't fall for this." This guy said, "I shoved her." When I was upstairs, and then they shut the door, and I said, "Shoot me the." I really got angry because that did not happen.
Recent text messages between the couple indicated that they'd been arguing almost constantly since April 1st, 2 days before police found Christian in a critical state. After ignoring messages from Christian in which he apologized for entering the apartment before her mom left and begged to have a direct conversation, Courtney informed him, "You're like talking to a bag of rocks." How this insult led to a knife wound remained to be seen. The night before the stabbing, Courtney continued to plead her case to the officers on scene.
I am, right now, I have not always been a victim, but right now I'm friggin' victim in a situation. I was scared to go downstairs and walk my dogs. I just walked them and I told them, "You don't have a chance," and now all of a sudden this is all happening.
All right, so what do you want us to do?
I want a restraining order against Christian Gonzalez.
Additionally, Courtney and the security manager had found some common ground when the police asked what they wanted to see happen. Both had requested that Christian be removed from the property for trespassing. However, just like every other aspect of this case, things had not been that simple.
Does he have property in the room in the apartment with you? A lot of property, you said. Has he been with you here for about 2 months? Right? Let me let you know something. He lives here. That person lives in that apartment with you. And we cannot trespass anybody that lives in this place.
The police escorted Courtney back to her apartment and did a walkthrough of the complex, but didn't find Christian. He was clearly around, however, because when Courtney gave police consent to search her phone, Records showed that he texted Courtney saying, "Courtney, please, I was downstairs and they're trying to get me for trespassing. Help, please." Though he sent countless messages begging her to help him or talk to him, her only response was, "You never loved me." The police never did catch up with Christian, and since there was no ongoing violence, the officers departed. They had no idea they would be back in fewer than 24 hours after the bloody culmination of the couple's fight. In the interrogation room, Courtney explained how their interactions had continued after the police left the previous night.
So I want to talk to him. I really let him have it over the phone. And I let him come back and spend the night. And then he explained the whole thing. I was like, okay, you know what? Let's agree. We will never, touch each other again out of anger. And you will never gaslight me again. Those were the two, main things.
Courtney stuck to her story that things had recently changed for the better between her and Christian. But this turned out to be little more than the eye of the storm. Because less than 24 hours later, Christian would be in the hospital fighting for his life.
He was happy to be back in the apartment, and I was happy to have him back in the apartment because I missed him. And been waking up telling me, "Good morning, I love you," touching me I felt very, very loved when I woke up this morning. That's why I'm so heartbroken. It's just why?
The couple appeared to have gotten along for a short few hours after the police left, but it didn't last long before violence erupted once again.
Like I said, a little bit blur. I was doing laundry and watching a Christina Randall, or listening to a Christina Randall video, and tried to call my mom. She didn't answer the first time. And then he came back with a Subway sandwich. Before he left, he recited exactly what I wanted. I said, I'll text what I want to you. And he said, "I know what you want." I said, "No, you don't." He recited it to me before he left. And he got it perfectly right. He came back. And I said something about "Oh, are you gonna reshare your location with me? Did you unshare it?" And he said, "Yeah, I unshared it." And I was like, "Oh, when did you do that?" It was the other day, when you were done with me.
Hi, I'm Dr. Samantha Halverson, an Alberta optometrist. Seniors, don't let hidden eye issues impact your quality of
Share it. And then he told, it kind of turned into a little argument or something. And then he told me to reshare mine, and I was like, "Okay, yeah, I will." And then I didn't do it immediately. He asked me about it again. And I don't know what I was thinking, but just something about, well, what if I'm somewhere you don't want me to be?
Christian captured footage of this fight, too. Notably, the precipitating arguments seemed to have gone a little differently than Courtney told the detectives.
Courtney, you're drunk right now, and it's hard to talk to you right now. Well, you already had it. Go get it.
It got even worse when investigators made yet another shocking discovery. 3 months earlier, on January 31st, Courtney texted Christian this heartless message. "Hopefully this gives you time to think about your actions. Enjoy the hospital." A little while later, she checked in to ask, "You keep up. How does it feel?" It's unclear what sort of altercation led to Christian's hospitalization, but further messages showed Courtney daring him to tell hospital staff what had happened. Instead, Christian said he would explain his injuries away as a football accident. Even this, though, was just a precursor of the horrors to come. More of Christian's recordings revealed how bad things got in the lead-up to his most grievous injury.
Easy. Okay. Hey, baby, just...
But I was like, "Why are you doing this?" Just because, I said, that we're over blah, blah. And he was trying to talk to me. And I just didn't want to talk to him.
Easy, I'm sorry.
No, you're not. Stop it.
Stop! Don't touch me!
According to the text messages from January sent while Christian was at the hospital 3 months earlier, he practically begged Courtney for help, to no avail. Christian replied, "I don't feel so good, Court. Can you come?" "Same," Courtney wrote back. "Oh well." Christian's next message read, "Come, I'm scared." Courtney's callous reply was simply, "Nah, you're not." It seemed like the tirade against Christian never let up, because on the day before Christian's stabbing, Courtney once again took things to a whole new level. Additionally, she happened to leave out another precipitating incident. According to Christian's video, he'd apparently said hello to one of their neighbors, something he was apparently not allowed to do.
You know damn well the right thing to do is to tell me.
Yes, and I am so sorry.
So shut up. Let me slap you.
I'm not gonna slap you.
Give me my phone.
You have your phone.
I don't have it anymore. Find it and charge it.
What?
Then charge it.
I'm sorry.
I don't care. Find it and charge it.
Okay, just stop.
Don't touch me.
Oh, man.
Yeah, man. Oh, good.
Can I tell you I'm sorry?
Find my phone and charge it. I need to find it because I have to go in the arm again.
To go out?
No. Shut up.
Please.
Shut up. You went to go talk to her.
I didn't go to go.
Yes, you hold on.
Courtney, I'm
So
sorry.
told me about it, man. He's like, yeah,
What are you doing?
yeah, son.
I didn't go to talk to. I was going on a bike ride. Wait, what the?
Get off that.
Me going to talk to. You're gonna make me act like this? Courtney, I was on a bike ride and she passed me and I said hi. You and Courtney are having a live chat. My bad, I forgot to tell you that. That doesn't make you an acting come here. Yes, thank you. Come baby.
The screaming match kept going, just like the shocking messages. The last time Christian was hospitalized 3 months earlier, Courtney stopped responding to his messages pleading for help, and Christian became increasingly distraught. When Courtney eventually wrote back, it was once again with an apology that said, "I feel extreme regret, sadness, and humiliation, and I am so sorry for hurting you. I hope we can get through this, but I understand if we can't. Your anger and pain is completely valid." However, during the fight the night before disaster struck, there was no evidence that Courtney had offered any such apology.
Kill me.
See, I'm sorry, I didn't tell you.
If you make one more excuse, I will shut my ears. I will never listen to you again. You know damn well. I will. You know damn well. I need to make my phone. I need to go home. I need to talk to them. I need my phone.
BTR.
No, to me.
What is going on? What are you going to get this mad at me when I'm apologizing to you?
But Christian's attempts to apologize seemed to have no effect, and the couple remained headed towards disaster. At the police station, Courtney continued with her version of how the fight progressed.
And he ended up pinning me against the wall. And then, I said like choking me on the floor. And it's happened twice before, where I couldn't breathe and I was on the floor. I could not breathe. And I don't think that he was trying to kill me, but I was pissed. He said, "Why don't you go find one of the guys in G-Wagon?" Because I had said something about that when I broke up with him like a week ago. Out of anger. I didn't say it because I want that, because I love him. But that was just one of the things that you said.
Was that at the moment that he was charging you or earlier in one of the arguments?
It was before he choked me. Yes, it was before he choked me.
So you told me that he had you against the wall at one point, right? With his hands over your neck?
Mm-hmm.
And how did you end up from the wall to the ground?
let me go. Let me go. And then I started swinging on him because I've been against the wall. And I started trying to hit him.
Yeah.
And then he put me on the ground.
He dropped the table. What did he do? Like, did he like lift you up, or did he grab your hair? Did he just kind of like rotate you onto the ground?
I really couldn't even tell you. If I could have like been given all these questions, you know, I could be like, yeah, let me just think about it. Or when I'm trying to remember like a whole situation of where I was very upset about something,
Yeah.
which I've learned this in therapy or whatever. It's like write down like all the details so you don't forget.
At some point during the scuffle, Courtney said that Christian let her go. However, the peace had only been temporary.
I walked into the living room. I sat on the couch, and I didn't sit on the floor. I walked in the living room. I called my mom. You could see I was calling my mom. That made him angry. I went in his living room, took us on the couch, became a manager, put the phone out of my hand.
Did he ever get the phone out of your hands? Or?
No.
No.
You know, he just came over to me. I was kind of like trying to get it. So it happened like over by the door, and somehow it was like over in like living room. He was standing by the couch, facing toward the kitchen. I was in the kitchen, and then he just like I could see like all the lights in his eyes, and there was like light coming at me, and so I grabbed one of these knives, and I was like, I swear to God. I swear to God. It was just like, I mean, he grabbed me like, don't come anywhere closer to me. I had absolutely no intention of using it. I'm on the phone with my mom, and he's coming at me like he's going to grab either the phone or like the knife or something, and so I was just like, I was like, don't come any closer. It's coming at me, and I threw it.
After some prompting, Courtney estimated that Christian was about 10 feet away when she threw the knife. This would turn out to be a critical and contentious piece of evidence in the investigation to come.
How exactly did you throw it? Like you threw it like this, or kind of like you like kind of like flung it at him overhead, or how did that?
Oh, I just flung it.
You just flung it over your head, or from like
this.
so from like beside your head?
Yeah. So not like, okay, like I'm holding it like this. This is not the knife, the
blade to it?
Right, the blade. I'm not, I for dang her to not have him. That would be insane. I mean, I didn't even think that this would touch him. But I mean, I thought that I would scare him by just grabbing it. I thought I would scare him by just grabbing it, but that didn't work.
What did he do after you flung the knife at him? Did he walk around, or did he fall right then and there, or what happened?
He fell down.
He fell down?
Yeah.
He didn't walk around or anything like that, or still try and chase you, or what?
No, because he hit him.
The police had to wonder if this was true, because when Courtney gave police consent to walk through her apartment, they found blood in countless areas of the house, including the kitchen, living room, entryway, and even the bathroom.
You know where the knife fell?
We just took a picture.
Okay. And what did you do after he fell?
I ran over to him and grabbed him, and like it was just like a blur. But I ran over to him and I grabbed him, and I just said, "Oh my God, what do I do? What do I do?" Like I'm like the worst person to be around. What do I do? And he said, call somebody, and I was on the phone with my mom.
He said like,
He said just call somebody, and I was like, okay, I'm on the phone with my mom. I said, Mom, what do I do? And she said, call 911. I think I called 911.
Another officer came by to assure Courtney that her dogs had been taken care of and were staying with their usual groomer.
The doctor said, I took them to the Peace and Love. Peace and Love. Yeah. Right. She answered, and I told her it was an emergency. But they're still covered in blood. Not too much because they ran a little bit, but I told her she's going to wash them and she has food that.
Then Courtney was again left alone, and after some more praying and crying, attempted to get some sleep. It was only when a third officer checked on her that she finally asked about Christian.
Is there an update on Christian?
The other detectives working on it right now.
Is he okay?
We're gonna check. We're trying to reach the officer that's at the hospital.
After 30 more minutes of waiting, forensic techs arrived to collect evidence from Courtney, including swabbing her neck and hands and photographing the many bloodstains on her body and clothes.
Do you have any injuries? Bruises all over the place, I think, but I'm probably just covered in blood. Usually there's just bruises like on my arms or my legs.
Let me get the one.
Yeah, on your arm, right here.
Courtney let the investigators know that she'd picked off several of her nails while waiting to talk to the police and indicated several other scrapes and bruises. However, when looking at Courtney's Instagram account, these injuries were determined to be old, possibly much longer before the fight that landed Christian in the hospital. In fact, they found no evidence of defensive marks that they would expect to be consistent with Courtney's story. Courtney's clothes were also collected as evidence, and she was given a hazmat suit to wear for the time being. She was also introduced to her lawyer, who accompanied her back into the interrogation room after she changed.
Yeah, well, nightmare. So you're living in a nightmare right now. Yes. You know? So so much better once they just say you're stable. Yeah. And I've been asking. That's what we're waiting for. I feel like, again, if he's not, that's a lot worse for me. But if he's not, that's a lot worse for everybody. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I will do with myself. Even if he's not okay. No matter what. I clearly think he's there. No matter what his condition is, it's out of our control. Right? We have no control. What's done is done. We cannot do it. We need to move forward. And my concern is you. Okay? I will be talking, obviously, to your family. Like I said, I still feel, confident that you're going home. And straightforward with you, there's some concerns about your mental health to make sure that you're okay, because this is very traumatic. So there may be some steps taken there. Yeah, come on in to make sure that you're okay. And that's it. But we're getting you home, okay? Okay.
Courtney had a few more minutes to chat with her new lawyer, but before long, the detectives returned to the interrogation room with some news that changed the entire case.
Okay.
We have to inform you that Christian did not make it. Unfortunately, the doctors did what they could.
Christian is dead. Oh my God. This is not real, right? Kristen died. Can I please have a hug? Am I allowed to do that? No. I'm not. Are you okay? I need to hug my mom. I'll talk to your parents for a moment. I cannot be left alone in like a room by myself. You won't be. I'm good. You know what I'm going through? That's not real, right? Kristen is dead. Yes. You're not gonna lie. I know, I just can't believe it.
Even before being taken to the hospital, the first responders were clearly aware that things had not looked good for Christian.
He's not breathing.
Tragically, Christian was pronounced dead shortly after arriving at the hospital. During an autopsy, the medical examiner determined that Christian's right subclavian artery had been cut, causing him to bleed out. But there were more characteristics of Christian's wound that would raise questions during the investigation to come.
Big deep breath. I've been crying so much. And I just, I'm gonna cry right now. No. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be fine. No, it's not. Oh my God. I wanted to be at the hospital. If anything happened to him, I just wanted to be at the hospital. I begged, can I please go to the hospital? I mean, obviously, let me come to my house. But like, I begged, can I please go to the hospital? Oh my God, our friends, oh my God. Man, no, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and it's gonna be the same thing. Yeah. And okay, that's the last time I ever talked to him. It's the last time anybody ever talks to him. Ever. The last thing he ate was Subway. When I stay into that other room, I said, God forbid, when like from far away. What if I had accidentally hit a little bit lower and he died? That's what I said.
Once again, Christian's secret recordings of one of their fights revealed that this outcome could have been what Courtney wanted all along.
Courtney, I need your help. Please. Courtney, I know you care about my head right now.
No, the cops are gonna take me to jail.
Then
That's cool. I don't care, Christian.
I'm not.
I don't care about you.
Just stop it.
Christian, I honestly, like, I know that, like, it on your head is serious. I told you to leave downstairs. I told you I'm actually not having a good day. We're actually literally want to kill you.
It seemed Courtney got her wish, but whether or not this was intentional remained to be seen. The medical examiner stated that based on the angle and depth, he believed that the injury could not have been inflicted by a thrown knife. Courtney's intentions, along with the method of attack, would not be determined that night. For now, though, the police did something unexpected.
I think the detective spoke to your mom. She's trying to get a flight to get you some support. Because we just met. You know now where I go. I'm going to get you some support, okay? I swear I was holding him for so effing long. And the security lady was standing right there. And I was like, why are they taking so effing long? And I was just saying, I was bleeding and bleeding and bleeding and bleeding and bleeding and bleeding and bleeding. Take a deep breath. I need to be with my family.
Against all odds, Courtney was released that evening. She moved back in with her parents in Dallas, Texas, while the investigation continued in Florida. However, the pending case didn't seem to be enough to keep her out of trouble for long. On June 16th, over 2 months since Christian's tragic passing, the police were once again called out as a result of a disturbance involving Courtney.
So what ends up happening is she's like, hey, I'm going to walk me back home if she wanted it. I said, yeah, of course, they'll help you get home.
On the way to Courtney's parents' house, though, things took a turn.
3 or 4 different occasions we tried to get her make out real. You know, I don't want to do that, especially when they do conflicts. The wrong guys, I don't want to hurt you. Yeah. So I just kind of slightly walk around, and then she starts kind of like going down the road.
Uncomfortable, the young man texted his father for help.
I'm like, listen, if I cannot talk to your parents, you're aggressive. You're acting aggressive. I got to call 911. Actually, I dialed you up. I'm seriously out.
Courtney's mother, Deborah, was already on scene talking with another officer, but the police asked to speak with Courtney directly to hear her side of the story. Perhaps predictably by now, her version went a little bit differently.
No, it's okay. We just want to get your side of the story.
Courtney claimed that there was no issue until the neighbor's father interrupted. She said nothing about making romantic or advances. In the end, the situation was resolved without any criminal charges being filed. However, that wasn't the case when it came to the pending investigation into Christian's death. After the run-in with the neighbors, Courtney enrolled herself in an inpatient treatment program for substance abuse and post-traumatic stress located in Hawaii. It wasn't until 4 months after Christian died, once all the digital evidence, like text messages and videos, had been thoroughly reviewed and prosecutors agreed how to move forward, that a warrant was issued for her arrest. On August 10th, the Hawaii facility was raided by a SWAT team, who took Courtney into custody. Preparations to extradite her back to Florida were underway, but Courtney chose to return voluntarily. But that wasn't the only arrest that was made. In January 2024, nearly 2 years since Christian's death, warrants were also issued for the arrest of Courtney's parents, Kim and Deborah.
There are warrants for you and your wife's arrest? What? I know.
Courtney's mom, Deborah, took the news even harder.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Deborah.
So, no, I'm not okay.
I know.
Nobody's going to hurt you. I understand. I mean, physically, okay.
She was persecuted by that month. She's getting persecuted now, and now we're getting persecuted.
It came to the attention of law enforcement that Christian's laptop had been removed from the apartment. Police alleged that Courtney's parents had considered with her defense attorneys to remove incriminating evidence from the laptop before it could be used in court. However, there was no evidence found against the parents or the attorneys, and ultimately the charges against Kim and Deborah Clenny were dropped, while the attorneys were never charged in relation to these allegations. But the same couldn't be said for Courtney. She remains in jail without bond as she awaits trial for the charge of second-degree murder. In her court appearance on November 15, 2024, the judge denied a bond again. Until the trial is complete, we won't know what really happened to Christian Abamseli, or if justice has indeed been served. It's important to note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law.
I'm looking for the Exploding Kittens Catchables.
Avoid using these boring phrases. It's all right. That's interesting. That's absolutely amazing.
Killings, and connections to iconic pop stars that will forever leave its mark. Most of the following body cam footage has never been seen before.
So you lied to me?
Yeah, it's you.
Why did you lie to me?
I can move on.
It's the afternoon of July 23, 2016, and 52-year-old Mary Gilbert has not been seen or heard from in approximately 3.5 hours. As her daughter Cherie informs authorities, a foreboding sense of dismay begins to descend upon the scene.
Did you call? Yeah. I'm the sister of my sister Sarah. Okay. My brother's partner. We haven't heard from her all day. From your mom? Yes, my sister has a mental illness. Okay. We don't know what's going on.
Cherie is referring to her 27-year-old sister, Sarah Gilbert. In a statement to police, Cherie claims early that morning, Sarah called her sister and said that she was hearing voices, and she sounded out of it, like robotic, no emotional response.
So Mom's car is here.
Mom's car is here. I don't know where. They're not answering the door. She's not answering the phone. I don't know what's going on.
Do you hear anything inside, yelling or nothing? No sound whatsoever?
No. My sister has a mental illness, so like she hears voices.
Yeah.
And she told me this morning. Are you familiar with her?
I know, sir.
Okay.
3 weeks prior, on July 1st, Officer Bell responded to a call at Rite Aid Pharmacy, where Sarah was trying to fill prescriptions for her 6-year-old son, Hayden. The pharmacy informed Sarah that the medications were sent to another pharmacy, but she refused to leave the store without getting them. After failing to escort her from the store, dispatch officers took Sarah into custody and transported her to Kingston Hospital for a medical evaluation.
And so she called me this morning and she's like, oh, I heard voices. I heard that you knew my other sister that died. Or God. I said, I'm not God. Like, calm down.
Yeah.
My mom this morning said she's going to go check on her. We haven't heard from her since 9 this morning. And her car is here. She's not answering our phone. She's not answering our texts. They're not answering the door. I pound on every single window.
And it's this door right here.
It's this door and it's that door.
What's your mom's name?
Mary.
Mary.
Mary Gilbert.
Copy that.
As tensions escalate with every failed attempt to contact Mary, her husband Elroy soon arrives at the crime scene. It's what he discovers that will turn the case over its head.
How you doing?
All right. You get handful yet?
You have keys for the apartment?
No.
Who are you then?
I'm back with my wife.
It's your wife?
Yes.
Your wife and your daughter?
Yeah.
Okay.
That window is open. Is it open?
Fuck you, Brad.
You think I could fit through there? No, it's not.
No, that's... Stop it on her.
Can you see through there? Oh. You're taller than me. No, the stoppers are in there. I don't see anything.
This is not the first time authorities have visited this home. 5 months earlier, on February 19th, 2016, officers were called to the house when Sarah's mother, Mary, reported something deeply disturbing.
Police.
Sarah.
Sarah? You open the door? Sarah?
Yes.
Clam. You alright?
I'm right here. That's cool.
Let me talk to you.
Yeah, I can get ready.
Up on your what?
Officers will soon uncover a chilling reason behind this bath. For now, they continue with their questions.
What's the option?
Nobody.
You sure?
Yeah.
You can quick look around. Doctor will talk to you. Good? You get an argument with your family or
Yeah.
over what?
My sister's death.
When did your sister die?
My sister died in 2010.
Sarah is referring to her other sister, Shannon Gilbert, who went missing on May 1st, 2010. Her remains were discovered 19 months later, on December 13th, 2011, in a marsh near Oak Beach. The search for Shannon had led authorities to discover the remains of 10 other missing women, which invited intense media coverage and put the Gilberts under the spotlight.
Okay. Oh, that's what the argument was about?
Yeah.
You just think about it?
Yeah, I believe my mom has something to do with that. Yeah, she was the 2010 S4 services.
Did you get in a physical altercation with them, or are you just yelling?
Just yelling.
You didn't push each other, or... Okay. Did you harm any animals?
No.
The officer's seemingly odd question is the reason they're called to the residence, and he continues to press Sarah for more information.
Do you have any animals in the apartment?
No.
You've never owned one?
Yeah.
When did you own an animal?
A dog.
When?
Just recently. I don't have it anymore.
Where is it?
I don't know. I ran away.
The dog ran away?
Yeah.
When?
The other day.
When's the other day? What was the date?
Yesterday, I think it was. Or today.
Yesterday or today?
Yeah.
That's pretty recent, so...
Yeah.
I finally got a generator on the mountain so I can one up my neighbor Paul this holiday. And Michael's has decor and trees even I've never seen.
In the other room, Lieutenant Mike searches for this missing dog because Sarah's mother has told authorities about an appalling incident involving a puppy. Lieutenant Mike doesn't see any signs of the puppy, and immediately Sarah asks to speak with him about her concerns.
I would say out of it because, like, we went down the other day to the newspaper articles. Mike.
Yeah.
Can you come here? Can I tell you my story?
Yeah.
We went down to the newspaper articles. Yeah.
So you're upset about that?
Yeah.
That's understandable. Think you need to tell me about it?
Yeah.
Think it's a good idea. Why don't you get some shooting stuff, huh?
I'm gonna talk to my mom about it. She's gonna come back.
No, she's at the station, so she's waiting there for you.
No, I want her to come here.
She's waiting there for you. What?
Because I'm not going over there. I'm not even dressed.
With their patience wearing thin, officers confront Sarah with the reason behind their visit.
Where's the dog?
The dog?
Yeah, what happened to the dog?
The dog ran away.
That's not what I heard. So you're gonna come with us to the station. We're gonna talk to your mom at the police station. Where's your shoes?
Just as they're about to leave the house, officers make a deplorable discovery.
What is that? The dog's in the bag?
No, they're not.
What's that? Oh, you lied to me?
Yeah, it's you.
Why did you lie to me?
I'm evil.
You're evil. Why are you evil? Are you a bad moment? You're not evil. You said evil moment. I don't believe that you're evil. Maybe I don't think you're scared. I was a police here, but what happened?
No,
What happened to the dog?
no, right there.
You know who he is?
Yeah, we were dead.
What did we do?
You're evil. And it wasn't your fault. It wasn't your fault.
I'm asking what happened to
I'm
the dog.
sorry. It wasn't your fault.
What happened to the dog? Sarah, what happened to the dog?
I killed it.
How?
I drowned it.
Why?
Because I had to.
So is that why you're what? Yeah.
Yes.
All right. But let's figure it out. We're going to go to the station.
As officers escort Sarah to the patrol car, dispatch calls in a request from the police station.
I have a grandmother, the father, and the juvenile here. Is it okay if the father takes the time with him right now?
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Hey, but I'll take it. All right. You have a camera? Yeah. That drone, please? Yeah, it's back.
Sarah has a 6-year-old son, Hayden, with her boyfriend, Manny. Soon, Manny will share distressing details about Sarah's son and the puppy. For now, Lieutenant Mike puts Sarah in the patrol car while officers photograph the evidence.
Serious issues. Big picture anyway. I don't know what they're going to do with this. She doesn't homicide or anything. So,
After photographing the dead puppy inside the trash bag, officers go to the bathroom where Sarah drowned the dog earlier that morning and are about to make yet another sickening observation.
is there anything in the dog? Yeah, it looks like it's a regurgitation for the dog. That's disgusting.
As Lieutenant Mike drives Sarah to the police station, she makes more disconcerting comments that offer some insight into the gruesome attack on the dog.
Why'd you kill it? Did the dog do something bad? What did it do?
Broke my heart.
Okay.
While Sarah provides no solid explanation, her boyfriend, Manny, shares more details in an interview almost a year after the incident. The opinions expressed here solely belong to Manny, and we have not been able to verify them.
Is that your dog? I bought the dog for my son. Well, my son told me this when he came home. The dog pissed in the kennel. A little kennel, but saving money trying to get the dog a bath. So she went over there, so the bathtub up, took the dog in, just drowned the dog. And my son said when she was walking away, like the dog was still a little bit like, you know what I'm saying, bleed it. She ended up walking back in there. That's what ended up killing him.
So she sees the dog is still breathing and goes back. It's still anything.
This is what my son told me.
During her arraignment a week later on February 28, 2016, Sarah stated, "He wasn't in the bathroom with me when I did it." While we may never have a definitive answer on what actually happened in the bathroom, it's clear that the animal suffered a torturous end. At the station, Sarah is greeted by her mother, Mary, who reported this case.
She feels that you don't love her. I don't know why that is.
I know. I know you said, I'll always love you. I'll always love you. And I'm going to be here for you. Be I'm going to be baby. I love you. Sometimes mom's got to do mean things to show love and nice things to show love. Right now, she's not a good time, man. It's okay. I understand. Me and my dad, I understand. I love you with all my heart. And I'm always going to be there for you. Always, forever. And I am, Mom. You saying that? I am, Mom. And then what? You're going to be here forever.
Before leaving, Mary makes a comment to her daughter that will have chilling ramifications 5 months later.
Thank you so much. And remember, nothing you can ever do will ever take my love away from you. Okay?
All right.
For intentionally drowning her son's dog, Sarah was charged with aggravated cruelty, unlawful possession of a substance, endangering the welfare of a child, and for violating the mental health law. A month later, on March 9, 2016, Sarah was ordered to the Mid-Hudson Forensic Psychiatric Center for a 35-day evaluation. A month after, she was deemed fit to stand trial and remitted to the Ulster County Jail, where she attempted to get her mother to post the $10,000 bond in late April.
That's like a month and a half.
Right.
Yeah, that I could be out smoking cigarettes, drinking coffee, doing
Their conversation quickly turns sour when Mary realizes that Sarah gave her the wrong information about the bond payment.
the bill Boston. All of them need coffee, Mom. The one who's kissing that is one of the 60 and other ones, Mom. Oh, really? When do you suppose I'm supposed to find time to do that? So I gotta go pick up the girls today. I gotta go to and get them newspaper. I gotta go and do this.
Eventually, Mary decides to get her daughter out of jail by posting her bond 2 months after the incident on April 22, 2016. Now, 3 months later, officers are at the Gilbert residence again, this time looking for Mary.
Stop. Police.
As Officer Gonzalez is doing everything she can to get a glimpse of someone inside, a horrific discovery is made on the other side of the house.
No. Wow, oh my God. Oh, okay, back up.
In a later statement, Elroy describes what he saw through the open window. I saw Mary lying there covered in blood. I think she was face down on her belly. Her head was near the window. It was hard to tell because it was dark.
Oh my God.
All right, just stay back, please. Stay back.
I need you to back. Hey, I need you to get his name.
After discovering Mary's body lying on the floor of the living room, officers scramble to secure the scene and get information from the family. However, that proves to be a challenge given this awful revelation.
Is there somebody that can get the kids?
Nobody can take them. It's just me and Albert. We don't have any family.
Oh, that's. Oh.
Oh my God. Oh.
All right, sir. Sir. Sir, I understand, okay? Listen to me, okay? I need your information. Ma'am, listen, I understand. Okay, you have your kids with you, so you need to stay calm for them, okay? Oh, hey, listen. It's okay. It's okay, buddy. Okay? Down here. Sit down. Stay right here. Stay right here, okay?
As Officer Gonzalez tries to calm everyone down, Officer Bell calls his supervisor to relay the harrowing incident.
Hey, Alter. I'm gonna need you to come on in. We're gonna call for a check to welfare over at Sarah Gilbert's place. Her mother's car is here. Couldn't make contact. Sarah's father pried open the door and we have a body inside with blood around it. Yeah, we haven't gotten inside. Do I have permission to kick the door in? No, he opened the window to the bedroom and he peeked in and saw. I looked inside and there's a body on the ground. All right, thank you. All right. You want me to call EMS? 682?
I need you to dispatch an EMS to my location.
Officer Bell returns to the door he was pounding against moments ago, but this time he's not going to knock. Still, nothing can prepare officers for what they will find inside.
Sarah,
Yeah.
what happened? Sarah, stop. Come here. Come here now. Just put a cigarette out. Turn around.
Okay. You just like on my webpage. I don't want to be like that.
Turn around.
Yeah, but you
No. Turn around. Put a cigarette out. Turn around.
the signal out.
You're under arrest. You're being detained right now. You understand?
Yeah.
While Sarah may have admitted to killing her mother, this is only the beginning of a long series of disconcerting reactions before investigators can uncover the shocking motive behind this spine-chilling act.
Hold on. What do you have on you?
Okay. You take my family with us when you talk me? I don't like
Have them back up.
Okay.
Officer Gonzalez rushes outside to guide the family back to a safe distance, but none of them have yet seen what Elroy saw in the front window.
Okay, we're bringing her out. I'm gonna have to ask you to step back. I haven't been able to look into the room.
Who are you bringing out? My wife?
No.
Oh, Sarah?
Yes.
Oh, she's been there?
Yes.
Meanwhile, back inside the house, Officer Bell reads Sarah her Miranda rights, and she makes another baffling statement.
You are aware?
She's not dead though.
She's not?
She's not dead. She's still alive.
All right. Stay right here. Stop. You're looking at your eye.
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't hear voices.
You heard voices? And what happened?
And I attack my mother.
Okay. I need you to sit on her right here. I gotta check her mother. Okay?
Okay.
Ma'am. She's calling. 682. We're gonna have one in custody and Miranda Red at this time.
She's alive still, right?
Which assassin EMS?
Despite Sarah's claim that her mother is still alive, Officer Bell has his doubts after finding Mary's body cold to the touch. In moments, Lieutenant Mike arrives to survey the situation, but as they stand in the kitchen, Officer Bell is about to confirm everyone's sinking suspicions.
Yeah.
Yeah. The same.
She's dead?
Who is it? It's your mother. my God. She got stab wounds. Abdomen. I'm sure you should I felt her, and she's called. I mean, there's no way.
While officers might be overwhelmed by the sheer brutality of the situation, it's nothing compared to what the medical examiners will reveal in the autopsy later.
What's going on, Sarah?
I was hearing voices.
What were they saying?
They call my mom. She was the devil. She was a bad guy.
Did you hurt your mom?
No. I mean, I heard her, yeah, but. You hear that? You don't hear the voices say so?
What else are they saying?
As Officer Gonzalez struggles to make sense of Sarah's perplexing statements, she presses her for more information.
You don't hear?
I heard the beeping of the fire.
It's a so.
It's a so?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm not hearing closely, but I don't hear what you hear. Does it just continue?
No, it comes and goes. That's what it's abortion. So.
It's been doing that all day?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you say anything back?
No.
No?
I know. If I was there,
You didn't want to, like, not when outside?
no. That's why I'm going to go outside. I want to stop hearing that voice.
A short while later, as officers escort Sarah outside, her family is waiting to confront her.
Yeah, fine. Okay, thank you. She documented time that she did it.
No.
Again.
Again?
The silver and Officer Gonzalez will be around the report to start. 14.
Officer Gonzalez makes the 2-minute drive to the police station without incident, but as they walk into the building, Sarah has a request.
I'm gonna get you some water on our way down, okay? Or at least get somebody to bring you some water. Yeah, somebody
should have gone to get a shot of Haldol. And it makes my mouth so dry. I don't know if it's dry. So I'm really pretty. It's all right.
Yeah. Right then.
Still unfazed by what she's done to her mother and her family, Sarah continues to obsess over mundane details.
Are you taking my picture and stuff?
I don't know.
I want to fix it again.
Alright, you'll have time. We're not gonna think about that right now.
You think I do that?
No.
I'm gonna do that. Yeah. Can I fix it again?
Hold on. She's my supervisor, so she'll let me know what we can do, okay?
I just have to take some pictures of you. Can I fix my hand, please? You can in a second, but right now, I don't before the picture is. Well, I just need your hair is okay. I mean, what's in your hair? I put water in it, but I want to put that a little bit more. You can't take the cuffs off here right now until hit your hand.
Officer Gonzalez identifies more scratch and struggle marks on Sarah's body, but investigators will not know the complete series of events until detectives have a chance to speak with Sarah later. As Sarah proceeds to use the restroom, Officer Gonzalez is about to make a blunder.
And she does the restroom if you can. Just washing your hands or anything like that.
Okay.
If need be. You need to use the restroom or anything? Yeah,
No.
A little bit later. Can I get some water out of the sink? Let me just make sure.
Having realized that they may have lost critical DNA evidence, Officer Gonzalez quickly informs the sergeant.
Sergeant?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a little better. Okay.
It was very quick.
Yeah, so.
Alright, still take her stool. Just make sure she doesn't wash her hands. Yeah.
She didn't wash it with soap. It was just like a.
Alright. So you should show me.
Yeah.
What's that?
I didn't hear you so.
When Officer Gonzalez lets Sarah use the restroom again, she keeps a closer eye on her. This time, her attention to detail pays off when she notices something revolting.
I remember they're all dirty because I did when I was stabbed, I remember I took my pants off. So my underwear were like black too. I don't know if I'm gonna use that as evidence or something. I mean, I don't really think you need that, do you?
Well, we'll let my supervisor know, okay?
It's in 2020.
While officers inside the police station continue to wait for the detectives, Sarah grows impatient.
And how that fine. You were safe with me.
No, I'm so safe here. Something bad's gonna happen to me.
What do you feel is going to happen to you?
I don't know.
Yeah. We won't let anything happen to you. We won't let anything happen to you, okay?
You can shoot me.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Are you gonna put your hands on me?
No. You're fine, sitting right there.
You guys are gonna jump me. You guys are all gonna come here and jump me. I already know. You guys need me to death.
Finally, as the interrogation begins, Detective Jacobs reads Sarah her rights and cuts straight to the chase.
Do you know why you're here? Excuse me?
I'm murdering my mother.
You murdered your mother. Okay. What exactly did you do to your mother?
I killed her. I stabbed her.
Okay.
While Sarah may have admitted to the killing several times by now, it's her twisted motive that's going to leave the detective reeling from shock.
Do you remember how many times you stabbed your mother?
No.
You don't remember?
A lot.
A lot. What possessed you to get into an altercation with your mother? Were you guys arguing?
No, we weren't arguing.
You were just talking?
I thought it was something I had to do.
Okay. So what did you use?
A knife and a fire extinguisher.
In an autopsy report later, the medical examiner would state that Sarah stabbed her mother 227 times, bludgeoned her with a fire extinguisher, and sprayed the foam into her mouth. At one point during the assault, Sarah took a cigarette break before resuming her attack. While Sarah might even admit to this, the circumstances that led her to commit this vicious act are yet to be uncovered.
Where did you get the knife from?
My kitchen.
Do you remember what kind of knife it was?
It was like a little skin, but it was really, really big at the same time.
Say it was.
It was probably like a pretty long knife.
So was it a steak knife? Or was it a knife you used to like a carving knife? Or
Maybe.
it was a carving knife? So you got up off the couch and went to the kitchen and then went back into the front room?
No, I already had it all prepared.
So you knew what you were going to do before your mother got there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sarah's statement helps Detective Jacobs establish that this was a premeditated crime, but he still needs to find out why.
I mean, did you have second thoughts while you were laying in bed about what you did and what you could think of that?
Of course, that's my mother. That's like my son's grandpa, my son's grandpa, you know? I don't know where my son is right now. I don't know if they put him in foster care.
Hayden is temporarily staying with Sarah's half-sister. An officer is immediately sent out to check on the child.
We were coming over to make sure he was okay and everything. What's your name?
Hayden.
Hayden? Hayden Gilbert?
No, Hayden.
Alright. Alright. And I'm so sorry for your loss, okay? Take care, little buddy. You stay strong, alright?
After a check that seems to have rattled the visiting officer, authorities get confirmation on Hayden's well-being. Back in the interrogation room, detectives start piecing the chain of events together, but Sarah's bizarre assertions make the task almost impossible.
So before you look at the house, you figured that you put the knife, you put the fire extinguisher in the front room, and you figured that by killing her, it would stop all the noises and all the chaos that's going on.
She was causing it.
Okay.
But I don't think that anymore.
Okay. Did your mother say anything to you while you were?
Eminem was doing it.
Right.
Because when I was younger, there was the MTV special. It had Jay-Z and they told me, like, they were like, oh, we're in the speech, da-da-da-da. There's going to be one person in the world that writes it, and it's going to be a public song. So that was me. And my sister Shannon went to the city to, whatchamacallit, like a producer.
Right.
And we would talk back and forth, like on the phone, and we would sing songs together that became celebrity songs.
Okay.
If you understood, like, I wrote songs for them, and like celebrities and stuff like that.
Okay.
I didn't want to, like, I don't want to chat like this. Like, my son, like, I don't study, like, all this stuff, like, all this bad stuff, it's just, like, I hear voices and I see things, and
Right.
I know it's real, it's reality. There's somebody there that's doing this on purpose.
Okay.
And I believe that, like, I don't know, because he wrote a song, like, I don't know if he had a cell phone, where he said my name, Sarah Silver, in it.
Later, Sarah will explain that the song she's talking about is That's All She Wrote, released in 2010 and performed by T.I. and Eminem. While Eminem mentions someone named Sarah in the lyrics, it's clearly not her that he's referring to. Despite this, Sarah desperately tries to get the detectives to understand her point of view.
That's why I just wanted you to be truthful and tell us exactly what happened and make us understand why it happened.
The reason why it happened is because of music.
Because
It's all about the music.
something in the music is telling you.
It's all about the music, yes it is.
I'm not saying no, I'm saying, but you're saying there's something in the music that's telling you to do these things?
No, I'm saying that it's all about the music. Like, every time I listen to music, the voice stops. It's like a click. Like, it just pauses it. Because I want you to understand that song she wrote, or that song she wrote, and by Eminem,
Right.
and it shows her name, Sarah Silver, all the
Okay.
A parting glimpse into Sarah's troubled mind comes from her personal diary, where she writes, "Now it's my turn to play. At the stroke of midnight, all black eyes will die, no matter what beads they hide inside. Look what I done just to have fun. Now there goes our dirty laundry, husband and wife back again to reunite. May you enjoy your time in hell until we reunite in another life." On December 3rd, 2021, 5 years after the incident, officers will find another harrowing connection between the dog's killing and Sarah's obsession with music. Sarah reportedly drowned the puppy in front of her son, based upon the belief that the puppy was the rapper Eminem and wanted to hurt her. There was also evidence that after Sarah drowned the puppy, she purchased a knife, drove her son to the woods, showed him the knife, and said, "Don't tell anybody what Mommy did." Despite Sarah's insistence on musical theories, it's clear to authorities that she can rationalize her brutal actions by blaming anyone in her periphery of psychosis. In August of 2017, Sarah was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 25 years to life in the New York State Department of Correctional Services.
Make pedophiles afraid again. I love it.
Okay, so what, we're talking about things that were done to her that shouldn't have been done. Developing, in certain areas, and
So one thing I want to note on is how close sex offenders live to schools around here.
oh god, I'm such just a rotten sack of shit. I'm so sorry.
In Aberdeen, Washington, a city councilman known for his tough-on-crime stance and commitment to ridding the streets of dangerous criminals shocks the public when he's accused of committing an unthinkable and heinous crime.
The rallies are true to one thing.
The following footage has never been seen before. Please note that this report is based on police records, and all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. 39-year-old Riley Carter began his campaign for city council in early 2023. promising an aggressive approach to cleaning up the city of Aberdeen. In January of 2024, he began serving as an elected official. However, on July 30th, 2024, a jaw-dropping accusation by his stepdaughter sends police on a search to arrest him, sending shockwaves through the community.
Walk in, just so you're aware of everything we have is body video recorded. We got these fancy body cameras now.
After police locate him walking alone down a residential street, he's led in handcuffs into a small interrogation room by a detective who's determined to find out if there's any truth to the horrifying claims. Shockingly, it was his own wife, Maya, who initially confronted him about the disturbing truth his stepdaughter revealed.
I started freaking out on him, like, how could you? What the fuck is wrong with you? Kind of a thing. And he was just really calm and said, no, I didn't do this. And I hung up, and then he just took off. I guess he just left.
Did he say anything to you about it?
He just said that he didn't do it. He swears up and down he didn't do it.
Due to his status as a city councilman, the Aberdeen Police Department requested the investigation to be handled by the Grays Harbor Sheriff's Office in an effort to avoid a conflict of interest. After reading his Miranda rights, the interrogation begins, but Riley has yet to realize the source of the allegations. Riley explains he had a typical morning, but everything changed when Maya arrived home.
And then I heard the front door open and shut. So I come out, and she got by the hand, and then she's walking out the door, and I asked, well, what's going on?
When Maya left with no response, he called her cell phone for an explanation. She accused him of committing an unthinkable act and hung up the phone. However, as Maya explains, their conversation continued over Facebook Messenger. When she realized she had no tangible evidence of his crimes, she decided to take a risk.
And I bluffed and said, I have you on camera, just seeing if that would incite anything out of him. And he just stopped responding to me at that point.
As Riley explains, Maya's anger over the situation was visceral, and he was left with a chilling command.
I go down to the basement, and she told me, so I then set up the rope and run by it. I really did, because I'm done, man. I am done. I am just done. I'm maxed out. I am maxed out. Everything that we have gone through, everything, and now this. And it doesn't matter because being on city council, everybody knows now, that's over now. And we were right there, man. Everybody was amped up. We were going to change some things and everything, and now that's gone. That's gone. It's all gone.
June 24th, just 1 month prior, Riley posted a video to his Facebook page in an attempt to shed a light on criminal activity in his neighborhood. These videos will have an eerie relevance later when the exact allegations are revealed.
Hi, how are you? We're out driving around, got the baby to sleep. Anyways, that would be a good idea. Maybe take you guys along with me. We'll go drive around downtown. And we'll just go look at things, and maybe I can talk about things, that I'd like to see different, or things to be improved on, or whatever it may be. Just gonna keep it fun, keep it relaxed, and be myself. All right, here we go. So one thing I want to note on is how close sex offenders live to schools around here. How close they are to bus stops. How easy it is for them to just have instant access to anyone or anybody's kids here, in each of these neighborhoods. Sorry, I hit my brakes there because it looked like a tweaker came shooting out of the alley and almost got in front of my car. Which is something, that really needs to be addressed, okay? So I know one place a lot of people want to see is the camp underneath the bridge. I will state, however, I have my baby girls with me, so I'm not going to take them down there just because people know who I am around here. And the last thing I would want is I would go fight from my window and get with my daughters because the way this state works, I can see me going to prison because somebody hit my daughter with a rock and I beat that person to death. I mean, that's just, come on. Anyone should do that for your own kids.
Despite his apparent determination to do whatever it takes to protect his children, as it turns out, Riley's shocking secret was revealed by his own 11-year-old stepdaughter, whose name has been redacted from the interview to protect her identity.
So, maintenance weren't made them initially. She told her counselor today that they were talking about something different and broke down crying and said she didn't want to talk about it.
In a recorded interview with his stepdaughter's therapist, she explains what happened earlier this morning, when it quickly became clear that something was horribly wrong.
So we had an appointment at 2:00, and she'd been displaying some behaviors and had reported 2 weeks prior that was mean to her. So we were going to talk more about it today. She said she didn't want to talk about it. She didn't want to say it out loud.
In an effort to help the child, she suggested writing it down. However, the disturbing words she wrote on the page left the counselor in shock.
When she wrote that down, like, can you tell me how what her emotions look like and how she was acting?
So before she wrote it down, when she said she didn't want to say it out loud, she started just staring down at the ground. She was like stone cold. You could tell she was checking out, and she was kind of fidgeting her hands. And I've been her therapist for probably a little bit over 2 years, and she's never acted like that.
So that was out of the norm?
That is completely out of the norm. Her facial expression looked as if she was scared, like fear. And then she wrote it down, and then she kind of had this look of, oh no, or I'm in trouble, or something.
The haunting words written by the child will later be revealed. For now, in an attempt to understand her claims, investigators begin to dig into their familial relationship.
So can you talk about what your relationship is with and how long you've been in her life? And,
since she was 4, I think she's a great kid. She's, I don't know how to explain it. Always just outgoing, but kind of kept keeps to herself. A good kid.
Mm-hmm. And so yours,
yeah.
Was that a hard role to step into with her being that young, or is
yes and no. I always kept in the back of my head that there's going to be a time when she gets to know her real dad, and so that's the line that needs to be respected, and that stopped me to try to take that place. Just stay available, that's about the best I could do.
Okay. How close would you guys be as far as being her? Yes.
I was that we were like close, not like super close, just like I'd say she felt comfortable to always like throw fits in front of me. Ask for like things for her birthday or Christmas, or complain, or tell me about her favorite color or food or something.
Mm-hmm. What kind of activities would you guys do together?
I don't know. I would say much aside from watching TV. Yeah, that's about it. In the living room. Yeah.
Okay. And then, do you guys have 2 other kids between you?
Yes, we have 2, and then our son that passed away.
Okay.
So we have she's 5, and then she's 2.
Okay. And do you feel like you have a similar relationship with all 3 kids, or do you feel like you're closer with your 2 biological kids?
It's a different kind of relationship, I'd say, with my stepkids.
Riley's videos reveal a pattern in which he often describes a willingness to do anything to protect his children from local crime. However, the harrowing words of his stepdaughter may suggest that the dangers were much closer to home than anyone realized.
Oh, God, I'm just a rotten sack of shit. And 2 daughters. You never know love until you have a kid, That's the one thing that keeps you going. You never know pain until you hold your own dead kid. I really message you too.
Yet it was the bone-chilling note written by the 11-year-old girl that truly left her therapist in shock and her mother, Maya, enraged.
So she wrote it down, and what she wrote was, he touches me and makes me uncomfortable.
In April 2024, just 4 months prior to his arrest, Riley began a crowdfunding campaign to launch a nonprofit aimed at catching online predators and deterring them from engaging in harmful acts against children.
Hey, what up, everybody? A little bit of story time. So I live in an incredibly liberal state, Washington, yeah. And every time I wear this hat out in public, you know, people always give me those looks of, ooh, it's a MAGA hat. Oh, it's too bad. He hates everyone. But then they read it, and usually they have a pretty good laugh, you know, in support of it. Then again, you still do get those people that are offended by it, but, you know, imagine that in a blue state. You know, ooh, they have rights too. No, they don't. The victim does, but they shouldn't have any. So pretty cool hat and make pedophiles afraid again. I love it. So, yeah, people always mistake it for a MAGA hat, and it's just great.
His videos seem to express that he would go to any lengths to ensure their safety, becoming a vocal advocate for devoted fathers.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I want to make a quick message for you on this Father's Day, right? So here's the deal. A lot of women out there are doing the whole, I'm a man to my man, so them dudes, they don't need no appreciation. We're just so Stop it. Just stop it. Here's why, okay? You think that it's an empowering moment, but the problem is you're trying to take something away from a lot of really, really good dudes out there that are actually really good to their kids, right? And there are actually a lot of really hardworking, awesome single moms out there, right? That they pull both roles, and they do deserve that recognition. So if you're not feeling validated, don't take it out on everyone else. Thank you. This message was brought to you by an American that gives. Have a wonderful day.
Given Riley's outspoken stance against preying on children, the question remains, do these horrifying allegations hold any truth? Fully aware of the chilling details, having spoken to the girl himself, the detective continues his efforts to extract answers from Riley.
I sat in an interview with just a little while ago and watched her basically relive it again when she was having to describe what was happening. I don't know how a 11-year-old girl was strong as this. But she was very descriptive of what was happening. And like I said, like, we're not here to cast judgment. We're not here to label people. And I understand, like, there's things that happen in our lives that cause us to make mistakes. But it's a 11-year-old girl talking about things that were done to her that shouldn't have been done. She was talking about being told to keep it a secret and not tell anybody. And she was talking today about how she couldn't keep it inside no more. She had to tell somebody. So Riley's the truth of what thing.
Many of Riley's videos even expose the potential dangers lurking on their residential street, captured on their home surveillance system. However, it's a different set of security cameras that may hold the key to unearthing the truth of the unsettling allegations against Riley.
Riley, can you tell me more about the cameras? Okay. I was trying to understand what the camera situation was. I kept hearing about cameras. So what were they for?
In every room, like the kids' rooms, and then just got them throughout the house. And we put them on the outside of the house for security reasons. And the main reason for it is just one of the step kids is autistic, and he'll have like meltdowns or whatever, maybe, and then that way she can keep an eye on him.
Mm-hmm. So, and when they're in the house, like, are they inside the bedrooms or like in the hallways, or how are they set up in them?
So in each kid's room, they have the camera like inside the room, and then in the hallway, or like the entryway, there's one on this wall here.
Okay. Do you have access to view those cameras, or is that just?
According to Maya, however, an alarming discrepancy was uncovered when she reviewed the footage.
My daughter told me that he was unplugging all of our cameras that led to her room. I went and I checked the cameras on my phone, In the time frames that she told me he's been unplugging the cameras, there are no footage. And I've noticed that they've been unplugged or whatever. I thought it was her. The plug to that camera is at the very top of, like, almost touching the ceiling. So it's not something that she can reach unless she pushes her chair up there, which would be caught on camera if she did that. It looked like 7:30 is when the earliest recording is this morning.
That's unusual.
Mm-hmm. And then I went back and checked all the cameras that are upstairs that face her door, and every single one of them is most days it's after 7:30 a.m. is when they all start recording.
Then every other camera's on in the house?
Yes.
They're not off. Only the ones leading to her room and in her room are off?
Correct.
With only the child's claims, the detectives must work to get a confession from Riley himself. The officer urges him to admit to the horrifying act, telling him their only goal is to get to the bottom of the truth. However, Riley hesitates as he grapples with what to do next.
Yes. It's been a goddamn man. For once in your miserable existence. No turning back. We're already at this point. We have to. I don't understand it like that. There are things that I didn't do.
As the interrogation continues, the investigator urges Riley to confess. However, getting a straight answer from him will be no easy task.
When you woke up today, this was the last place you'd expect to be. But it's what we do moving forward from here is what's going to affect a lot of lives. And there, like I said, there's ways to get through this. There's programs that can be offered through the court. There's things that can be offered that help you deal with the demons and all the things that you've been dealing with, the stress. There's ways to get through what happened and to help everybody move on from it. But it starts right here by being truthful, and it starts right now is saying that you, because I believe what that. Really hard to, accept things for what they are. There's certain things in life you don't recover from. I want to tell you guys, I do. I'm trying. I got all night, Riley. And you guys got families. That's important. You know, it just sucks. So close. So close to accomplishing good things. Doing something great. So close to getting the drugs I never need. So close to getting, all the craziness out of the streets. So many people believe in me. And now it's over. It's gone.
As Riley keeps deflecting the subject, providing little to no hints, it appears as though the detective won't rest until the truth is exposed.
I think the last time it happened was this morning. And she talked about how her camera gets unplugged before you come in the room, and she just pretends to sleep. But she said that it wouldn't matter if she was sleeping there and waiting. It would happen anyway. And so right now we're collecting, she's up at the hospital, we're collecting DNA samples. And this is this opportunity where I'm offering you a chance to explain what happened and when the mistake was made. It's time to be truthful and take ownership of the mistake and not let it catch up to you down the road being proven by DNA, because we get touch DNA off of things all the time. And the sweat lands in your fingers contain DNA. I did talk to her this morning. I didn't touch her. I did not touch her. I went out there. See, I remember see she wanted nuggets or something. So I made some nuggets for the younger ones. He didn't touch her this morning when I was just stated that happened. I don't know. Well, I was just saying that this wasn't the only time it happened. It's happened lots of times. I don't know.
The disturbing admission finally unveils the truth, though nothing prepares the detectives for the sick and twisted reasoning he'll later give.
Now, how many times did this happen? Five times, maybe. Just real fast. I don't know. Just a weird impulse pick over a long period of time. I'd say a year. During those 5 times, would you unplug the camera when you went into your bedroom? No. No. She would already have it unplugged. Like she would do it. She would unplug it. I don't know.
According to the child, however, the cameras were mostly unplugged by Riley himself.
How did it start? And then just that I have ADHD pretty severe, so I get that in my mind thinking about this bills and just now me. Now I'm here. Now that's all separated. And I have to accept that. I was going to start my new job tomorrow. And I looked at the piece of car and never get the SUV fixed. Needs a new engine. Now I gotta worry about her. How's she gonna make it? How's she gonna do things? And we'll also be concerned about sleeping at night and wake up in the morning to Riley coming in her bedroom. Doesn't have to worry about that.
Before confronting Riley with the crucial question of why he would harm his own stepdaughter, he poses a different question. His answer, however, further exposes how little Riley appears to understand the gravity of the situation.
You ever talked to her about it? No. Yeah. Actually, I apologized to her once, twice. When it happened, or just randomly? What happened? Tell me about one of the times you apologized. What happened? I didn't explain it. Just I told her that. One of my exact words to her that said something along the lines of, I'm so sorry. No, I don't even know what the hell that was about. And I apologized. And that was about it. She didn't really think anything of it. But what the? Was she awake that time when you apologized? Obviously, yeah. I don't know the conversation come on. It was silent and goodbye to me. There wasn't nothing weird or anything. Then they just said, hey, I did that. I'm really sorry. It's bad. I don't understand what was that about. And then I asked her, are you okay? And she said, yeah, I'm fine.
In an exclusive interview obtained only by Iwu, Maya will soon speak out, offering her advice for parents of young children. In the meantime, before facing the inevitable consequences, investigators appear determined to find an answer to a crucial question.
The why is the number one question like everybody wants to know. Everyone wants to know why. We can't prove why by cell phone records or DNA evidence or video footage. That just proves the who and the what and the how. The why comes from these conversations, and obviously it's huge mistake, huge. Stress in our husband on the room. I don't want to just give you a bunch of excuses. I should be my own person. I don't want you always get so mad at me. It's created me to not use certain things as excuses, but that's what's going on. There's so much just on my shoulders at all times. Just She went in my ear constantly. That sucks. It really, really, really sucks. Like I said, it's not even a sexual thing. I don't feel attracted. It's just this weird impulse. I don't know. I don't know. It's so weird. God, this is just a weird conversation. Developing, in certain areas, and what's wrong with me?
With Riley's confession, along with an unsettling answer to the question of why he would have committed such a depraved act, his arrest is imminent. However, the investigator has one final heartbreaking question.
Would you have anything to tell her? On Sunday, all the damage this has caused her sisters, her brothers, the community, literally everything and everyone that is laid out like this. I'm sorry to recover it. I deserve whatever's coming my direction. I deserve it. And I hope that she can heal and they'll find what it is that they need in their life to live the absolute best life that they can.
An apology, however, will do little to prevent the consequences that await him, as he's led away in handcuffs and taken to Grays Harbor County Jail. In the meantime, Riley's wife Maya shares red flags she noticed after his arrest and offers advice for parents, hoping to prevent the same terrifying fate from happening to others.
He did not get along with my boys because my boys are on the spectrum and they clashed, a lot of teenage boys. And so I didn't think anything of that until everything came out. It wasn't a red flag in the moment as it was happening, but then after this all came out, that's what was actually happening. It's like, background checks mean nothing. Okay, her women that are dating right now, background checks mean nothing because he had nothing. He was squeaky clean. And I had 4 children when I first met him. I didn't really see any red flags at first. Nothing really happened. It took severity. I wasn't paying attention to it until we bought our house together. And then I was 100% reliant on him. I quit my job. I helped him get sober so that he can go back and get to work and everything. And no woman should ever put herself out for a man. Just even though you think you love him and you think it won't be him, it probably will be.
After Riley's arrest, Maya explains that the public response to their situation has led her to becoming a target of unexpected scrutiny, with many people questioning why she has cameras in her children's rooms in the first place.
I do have disabled children that require severe supervision, and they've been in home care and all these sorts of different cares, and I was advised by professionals to have these cameras.
39-year-old Riley Tyrell Carter was officially charged with multiple counts of first-degree rape of a child and first-degree child molestation.
Hello?
Hello, guys. Sorry, I was on the phone. Sorry, my bad. Hi, Cavs. Hi, Patrick. Hi, Joy. I was on the phone. My bad. I am very, very sorry. Let me know if you're back. Hello, Patrick. Hello, Joy.
While in jail, Riley is swabbed for DNA, which will later be compared to the assault kit performed on the 11-year-old girl. His bail was set at $150,000. On August 2nd, 2024, a press release from the city of Aberdeen announced his resignation from his city council position. Though the case is still ongoing, Maya was able to inform Iwu that a trial is currently set to begin on March 11th, 2025. In 2018,
Well, folks, here's my new backyard. Hay shed. You can't even see the.
today we're exploring 3 cases with stunning plot twists that will leave your head spinning. We're talking about the rare instances when the truth is even stranger than fiction, and the key to solving a gruesome murder comes down to the last person or creature you'd ever expect. Nothing in this story is as it appears, and you'll find that the truth came with more questions than answers. On July 23rd, 2017, a 25-year-old woman named Lisa Theris was reported missing by her father, William Theris, and 2 friends to the Troy Police Department. She was living in Louisville, Alabama, and according to her father, had been missing since July 18th, 2017, which was the last time they spoke on the phone. During the brief but very routine conversation, she told her father that she was just under 40 minutes away in Troy. So, who is Lisa Theris? The young woman was studying to become a radiologist at the time of her disappearance. Lisa was living in Mobile with her boyfriend, but her life took a dramatic turn after their tumultuous split in February. As a result, she moved back to Louisville to live with her parents and enrolled at community college. Unfortunately, her family reported that following the tough breakup, she became unpredictable and began staying out late with a bad crowd. Additionally, on June 8, 2017, Lisa attended a friend's court hearing in Coffee County and was allegedly thrown out of the courthouse due to disorderly conduct. When they claimed she continued to cause a disturbance, she was arrested and booked into the county jail before being released on bail. The misdemeanor charge came with a maximum of 3 months in prison, but more likely a fine of up to $500. Sadly, this turn of events would ultimately lead everyone to believe that she was initially unreachable by her own choosing. However, when several days had passed with no communication from Lisa, it became clear that something was horribly wrong. Adding to her family and friends' worries was that Lisa was legally blind and couldn't see much of anything without her contacts or glasses. Not to mention, she had a medical condition that required daily doses of prescription medication that was left at home. The Troy police got right to work, searching the most obvious spots and talking with those close to Lisa, but they found nothing right away. Then, as concerns for her safety began to escalate, investigators learned that the last people known to have been with the young student were two local men named Manley Green Davis and Randall Wade Oswald. According to the police, both men were already on their radar based on previous arrests. But the real breakthrough came when police claimed the duo was linked to a robbery that had just taken place at a remote hunting lodge on Pleasant Hill Road in Midway. Law enforcement revealed the theft included ATVs, tools, chainsaws, and other items, estimated at around $40,000. While the lodge was more than 40 miles away, the burglary occurred in the early morning hours of July 19th, just hours after Lisa last spoke with her family. Suspicions continued to mount when police caught up with Davis and Oswald. They both confessed to having been with Lisa the night of the robbery, but their accounts of what happened next were wildly different. While Davis claimed Lisa had jumped out of the truck before they began ramming the metal entry gates to the lodge, Oswald accused his friend of shooting her in the head and disposing of the body in a nearby creek. Based on this new information, deputies began looking for Lisa's body and turned their focus towards a lake behind the lodge, sending in divers and cadaver dogs trained in sniffing out corpses, but they failed to locate any remains. And police weren't the only ones fearing the worst. It had now been nearly a month since Lisa's disappearance, and her loved ones started to doubt the possibility of her safe return. Davis and Oswald were taken into custody on July 31st, 2017, and charged with burglary in the third degree and theft in the first degree. Of course, they were also considered strong persons of interest in Lisa's disappearance. Lisa was officially pronounced dead, but 2 days later, a woman named Judy Garner from Florida was driving down a local U.S. motorway when she observed something strange on the side of the road.
You will not believe what you can find at Michael's this.
Judy saw what appeared to be a naked woman covered in mud and scratches, stumbling out of the 2,000-acre parcel of woodland in Midway, Alabama. The passing motorist immediately called 911 and gave the mysterious woman a shirt and boxer shorts to put on while they waited. An ambulance soon arrived on the scene to transport the injured woman to the hospital. Yes, it was Lisa Theris. Weighing 50 pounds less than when she went missing, Lisa was barely alive and covered head to toe in insect bites, sunburns, and poison ivy. Doctors estimated that she wouldn't have lasted more than another day or two outside in her condition. After recovering, Lisa spoke to several news channels and offered a bizarre story about her ordeal, claiming she was drugged by Oswald and Davis and left naked in the middle of the woods. As it turns out, the two men were so sure she was dead that they started outright accusing one another of killing her. The brunette reportedly survived in the dense mixture of forest and overgrown fields by eating berries and wild mushrooms, omitting the brightly colored ones, and drinking muddy stream water. However, investigators and the public alike questioned her explanation and sensed that there might be more to the story. Some argued that she wasn't in the condition of a blind person stranded in the forest for a month, and that the likelihood of her surviving on berries and mushrooms alone is very low. Plus, a few internet sleuths suggested that the berries she claimed to have eaten didn't grow in that area. Oh, and the patch of woodland she was said to be lost in contains various hunting tracks, hides, and power lines that lead directly out of the brush. Even at its widest point, which is several miles south of where Lisa was found, it would take less than a single day to walk from one side of the parcel to the other. Though, of course, you must take into consideration that Lisa was legally blind. Additionally, Lisa was due to appear in court right around the time she vanished on the misdemeanor disorderly conduct charge. The criminal charges against her were dropped several weeks into the search, when the court presumed she had died, but police found it suspicious that she emerged from the woods just 2 days later. Lisa maintains that she was not abandoned in the forest by her own choosing, and insists that her wounds were far from superficial. Images from the hospital clearly depict how her skin was left cracked from dehydration, but that doesn't explain to the police how she found herself in such a grave position in the first place. As the investigation continued, police openly started speculating that they believed Lisa's disappearance was caused by hallucinations, brought on by taking meth. With so many unanswered questions, the local sheriff had still not ruled out charging Lisa in relation to the robbery. In any case, the fact that Lisa managed to navigate through the harsh wilderness with impaired vision and no clothes for 25 days, using only the help of a staff she crafted from the roots of a tree, is nothing short of miraculous. Let's move on to our next case. It's equally unexpected and heartbreaking. However, through the unbearable sadness surrounding this story, there lies a glimmer of hope for other cold cases in the resolution. On September 19th, 1964, Angela Samoda, or Angie as she liked to be called by friends, was born in Alameda, California, to Frank and Betty Ruth Samoda. After graduating from high school, she decided to enroll at the Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas. In 1982, at the start of her freshman year, the bubbly Angela was matched with her roommate, Sheila Wasaki. The two weren't exactly fast friends, but this pairing would later be the key to cracking this case wide open. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. The young scholar thrived in college as the social chairman of the Zeta Tau Alpha sorority, while studying computer science and electrical engineering. However, Angela's first semester with her roommate was a little rocky, as she had a boyfriend that Sheila wasn't particularly fond of having around all the time. Once she broke up with her bothersome boyfriend, they became much closer. Roughly 2 years into college, Angela began dating a construction site manager named Ben McCall. He was a little older, which inspired her to seek independence outside the dorms and move into an off-campus condo. Now, let's move on to October 12th, 1984. Angela decided to go out on the town that night with two people, her friend Anita Kadala and a man she recently met at a bar, Russell Buchanan. Russell was a 23-year-old with a degree in architecture preparing to head off to graduate school. According to Russell, the trio bounced between different bars before spending a significant amount of time at Lakewood's Boardwalk Beach Club. They kept the party going at Shannon Wynn's Nostromo restaurant, where Angela used her charming personality to get them into an upstairs club called the Rio Room. They had a few drinks and danced until around 1 a.m., when they all decided it was time to head home. It was reported by a Rio Room employee that Angela didn't appear intoxicated when she left that night. After dropping Russell off at his house just 5 minutes from her condo on Amesbury Drive, Angela proceeded to bring Anita back to her dormitory. Anita originally intended to spend the night at her friend's place, but changed her mind after learning that Angela planned to wake up early that morning for a football game. That last-minute decision would undeniably haunt Anita for the rest of her life. From there, she drove a full 30 minutes to her boyfriend's house, just to say a quick goodnight before heading home. However, shortly after she left his place at around 1:45 a.m., Ben received an alarming phone call from Angela's condo. He stated that she was speaking in some sort of odd code to him at first, before outright saying, "I need you to just talk to me. I'm freaked out." It was suddenly clear to him that something was very, very wrong. Angela nervously explained that a strange man knocked on her door and asked to use her bathroom. Immediately, Ben began rattling off questions, asking things like who this man was and if she was okay. But before he could get any answers, Angela abruptly said she would call him right back, and the line was disconnected like something straight out of a horror film. Naturally, Ben is losing his mind at this point and starts calling Angela's condo over and over again. No answer. He jumps in his truck and speeds over to her place, continuing to call Angela using his mobile car phone. Still no answer. When he arrived at the condo, Ben noticed that Angela's Toyota Supra was parked in the drive, and there was no noticeable movement from inside. He began to knock furiously on her door while desperately shouting her name, but to no avail. Ben was left with no choice but to run back out to his truck and call the police. Well, since it was the 80s and 911 wasn't widely used yet, he technically had to call information first to get transferred to the police. Authorities were on the scene right away at 2:17 a.m., among them a 20-year-old female rookie cop named Janice Crowther, who took the call. She contacted the condo manager to unlock the door and swiftly made entry. She made a note of Angela's shoes, which were eerily placed in the kitchen, before hearing her partner call out in a frightful tone from the bedroom. "Hey, Janice, I found her." Upon entering the room, they discovered the bloody, lifeless body of Angela Samoda, sprawled naked across her bed next to a giant stuffed bunny rabbit, with both legs draped off the side of her bed and her big blue eyes wide open and fixed. The once bright and energetic young woman had been brutally assaulted and stabbed a total of 18 times. The fatal wound was to her heart, which was viciously stabbed entirely out of its cavity and described by police as lying on top of her chest when she was found. Even more disturbingly, authorities suspected that the entire attack occurred while Ben was right outside her condo, trying to get help. DNA samples in the form of blood, semen, and fingernail scrapings were collected, but since it was the 80s, there wasn't a ton of use for them, yet. However, they were able to determine that Angela's attacker was a non-secretor, meaning the fluids belong to an individual that doesn't leave behind the antigens that distinguish their particular blood type in any of their secretions. This discovery was a vital piece of evidence because more than 80% of men are secretors. Of course, police had some suspicions right off the bat, starting with Angela's ex-boyfriend that Sheila disliked. But upon discovering that both he and Ben were secretors, the two were ruled out as suspects. That left just one name, Russell Buchanan. The following Monday evening at around 6 p.m., authorities interviewed Russell, who was still all dressed up in a suit from working. Police thought it strange that Russell claimed to have no idea Angela was dead, as it had already been on the news for a few days. Russell explained that the morning after they went out, he woke up early and left town for a wedding, then went directly to visit his family in Houston before heading home to study without ever watching the news. However, he was fully cooperative with the police, agreeing to take a polygraph test and even allowing them to search his home without any conflict. He passed the polygraph test, but authorities were a bit baffled by the excess of knives and old spears found in his home during their search. Russell claimed they were souvenirs from his roommate's 2-week African safari trip. Over the next 6 months, Russell was brought into the station periodically for questioning, but nothing was changing, and eventually he was forced to get an attorney. Then police got word that Russell had been accepted into a London grad school, and with no charges against him, they began scrambling to find a way to keep him in Texas. That's when Sheila Wasaki came back into the picture. Grasping at straws, police reached out to Sheila in hopes of gathering some hard evidence against the man they were convinced committed this heinous crime. And desperate to get justice, Sheila agreed to help. Sheila wore a wire and met Russell for dinner to see if his story matched up. Unfortunately for the police, their attempt to coerce a confession out of him using Sheila as bait failed when she reported back the same story he'd been telling all along. Unable to obtain the evidence they needed to indict him, Russell was free to move out of the country for graduate school, and Angela's case went stone cold. Sheila dropped out of school shortly after the murder and moved to Nashville, where she married and had 2 sons. Still, she remained haunted by the murder and grew increasingly frustrated by the lack of justice for her friend. Meanwhile, Russell eventually graduated and moved back to Dallas to start his own thriving architecture career. Understandably, his success bothered Sheila, who, like the police, fully believed he was guilty. On a random day in 2004, Sheila was studying for Bible classes when she said Angela suddenly appeared standing at the end of her bed. She spoke firmly to Sheila, explaining that her killer was still out there, and it was up to her to find him. Following the supernatural incident, Sheila became obsessed with finding answers, continuously reaching out to the Dallas police and urging them to reopen her friend's case. She called more than 750 times in a single year, but authorities insisted over and over that it was a lost cause. Deciding to do all she could to solve her friend's murder, she went out and earned a private investigator's license. At long last, in 2006, after tasking Detective Linda Crum with the case, the Dallas police began taking Sheila more seriously and agreed to reopen the investigation. Frustratingly, it was discovered that the evidence left in storage contained enough material for modern DNA testing. And in 2008, they got a hit. Linda Crum called Sheila and said the 3 words she'd been waiting more than 20 years to hear. We got him. Sheila was expecting to hear the name Russell Buchanan, but that's not what happened. Instead, Linda Crum named a total stranger. Donald Andrew Best Jr. is the man who brutally stabbed Angela Samota to death. In a split second, Sheila's entire world flipped upside down as she realized that she'd been fighting to put the wrong man behind bars all those years. When the police called Russell to share the news, they were surprised to learn that he held no animosity towards Sheila or the Dallas Police Department. Instead, the celebrated architect explained that he was merely relieved to be freed from the cloud of suspicion that had shrouded most of his adult life. Speaking of which, let's talk about Donald Andrew Best Jr. At the time of his arrest, he was around 60 years old, 350 pounds, and serving a life sentence in a state prison in Huntsville. In 1978, he was charged with assault and aggravated kidnapping, but tragically, he was released on parole in 1984. It's believed he became fixated on Angela after seeing her at a bar that fateful night. His interest was taken to a deadly level when he followed her home from the Rio room. Shockingly, police believe he never intended to kill Angela, but stabbed her to keep her quiet when Ben started knocking on the door. In 1985, Bess was sentenced in Harris County, Texas, to life imprisonment on unrelated charges of assault and aggravated kidnapping. Finally, in 2010, he was tried for the assault and murder of Angela Samota. He was found guilty based on the DNA discovered at the crime scene and sentenced to death. So, after all these years, Angela can finally rest in peace in Amarillo, Texas at the Llano Cemetery. And as for her persistent friend, Sheila Wasaki, well, she thought about retiring her private investigator's license following the arrest. But when other families of tragedies began reaching out to her, she was compelled to help crack other cold cases and started her own firm, Without Warning Private Investigation. Additionally, she started a nonprofit organization called Without Warning Fight Back to educate women on assault prevention and self-defense. Sheila even made amends with Russell Buchanan, who she had been trying to convict for decades. As of 2021, the malicious predator known as Donald Andrew Best Jr. is still awaiting an execution date and remains on death row at Polunsky Prison in West Livingston, Texas. It was a dark, chilly evening in September 2008 when 63-year-old Agneta Westland took her dog on a routine walk through the woods outside the tiny Swedish village of Loftahammer. When she failed to return home in a reasonable time, her husband, Ingemar Westland, went out searching along her regular path. It wasn't long before Ingemar discovered the mangled body of his wife, lying in the snow near a forest glade with obvious trauma to her head and body. He promptly called the Swedish police to report the incident, but after leading authorities to her massively bludgeoned corpse, it quickly became apparent that Ingemar was their prime suspect. Of course, as with most cases, police will attempt to clear the victim's significant other first. But when their only other option was a mad lunatic lurking in the woods, they directed their focus solely on Ingemar. He was arrested and charged with the murder of his wife, but vehemently denied any involvement in the crime. After 10 days in jail and countless proclamations of his innocence, Ingemar was released due to a lack of hard evidence. However, he remained publicly on the police's radar for another 6 months, thus making him a pariah in his own community. The police eventually dropped all charges against Ingemar, but they failed to inform him or the community. As a result, he was forced to leave his home when neighbors began complaining, believing they were living with a murderer next door. But if Ingemar didn't kill his wife, then who did? Well, the astonishing truth came when Agneta's forensic analysis finally returned. And to say it was a complete shock to everyone is an understatement. According to the report, there was noticeable fur and saliva on the body that police initially attributed to a dog. But boy, were they wrong. It was actually consistent with a European elk, or moose, as they're known in America. So yes, authorities were officially blaming Agneta Westland's death on an elk, and not just any elk, a drunk one. Allow me to explain. While prevalent in Sweden, these colossal creatures typically mind their own business and avoid interactions with humans at all costs. However, at the time of Agneta's death, local gardens were overwhelmed with fermented apples, more than enough to intoxicate an enormous animal weighing 800+ pounds. Tragically, this level of drunkenness makes the males very aggressive and bold, which explains why it would randomly kick a woman to death during her evening walk. The family dog likely antagonized the elk during its feast, causing it to attack poor Netta. But as you can see, she wasn't the only victim in this case. Beyond horrifically losing his wife, the innocent pensioner was outcast by the very people he knew and trusted. He even had to endure the absolute agony of attending Agnetta's funeral with a group of mourners who believed him to be guilty. This has been a nightmare, Mr. Westland shared. When I and my children bade farewell to Agnetta at her funeral in front of 300 mourners, I was suspected of murdering her. Can you imagine what that means? While police dropped the case against Ingmar for obvious reasons, the widower understandably sued the department for gross incompetence. However, some experts argue that it's very easy to see why authorities might have mistaken Agnetta's brutal death for homicide, as it's incredibly rare for an elk to kill a person. Now, all things considered, Ingmar is lucky this whole ordeal didn't take place before technological advances in genetic testing. No jury would have ever believed such a grisly demise to be at the hands of a murderous moose.
Hi there. Hello. I need police and a forensics team to my address, please.
What do you mean? What's happened?
My friend and I got into an altercation. I'm the only one who came out alive.
When a promising young student made a new friend on the internet, he was completely unaware of the fatal mistake he'd made. In the friendly town of Caterham in the Tandridge district of Surrey, England, Barry Bednar and Lauren Lefebvre welcomed their first child. It was a healthy baby boy they named Breck, as a tribute to Breckenridge, Colorado, where the couple met and fell in love. 3 years later, the family grew even more when Lauren gave birth to triplets. Lauren recalled that Breck adored his siblings and spent a lot of time playing with them growing up. The warm-hearted big brother excelled in school and was popular among his peers. He was even a member of the Air Cadets with the 135 Squadron in Red Hill and regularly attended church services in his hometown. Everything seemed to be going great for a while, but then Barry and Lauren separated just 6 years after the triplets were born. While Barry moved out of the family home, he remained an active figure in his children's lives. However, there was something dark brewing under the surface of Breck's perfect exterior. Around his 14th birthday, Lauren started to notice some troubling changes in her eldest son. Namely, that he would isolate himself in his room and play computer games for hours on end. On top of that, his moods were wildly unpredictable, and he began neglecting the things he once found very important, like going to church and participating in sessions for the Army Training Corps. As her once vibrant and outgoing son became increasingly irritable and disobedient, Lauren knew she had to figure out what was going on. These are all classic symptoms of depression. He also had another key symptom of depression, irritability, which sometimes presents instead of the more commonly known symptoms of depressed mood or sadness. Irritability is found in the diagnostic criteria of depression for kids and adolescents, but not for adults. Then Breck started talking about an internet friend named Lewis. Lauren was familiar with the small number of friends involved in her son's gaming club, but had never heard of Lewis before. Call it mother's intuition, but Lauren just felt something was off about Lewis, even speculating that he might not be the young gamer he claimed to be online. Still, Breck's preoccupation with his new friend snowballed out of control, and before long, he was talking about him all the time, and becoming more withdrawn than ever. Lauren attempted to limit Breck's communication with Lewis, but he always found ways around her restrictions. So the uneasy mother felt she had no choice but to call the Surrey police and report her concerns. She explained to the responding operator that she thought her son was being groomed by an older predator, pretending to be a young boy. At the end of the call, the operator said that officers would check out Lewis, but unfortunately, that never happened, and the inquiry was closed just an hour later. On February 16th, 2014, after a year of talking online, Brett finally planned a secret rendezvous with Lewis. It would be their first time meeting in person, and he was excited because Lewis had become his closest friend. Lewis had also promised Breck a bright future as the new owner of his multi-million-pound tech company. If only Breck knew the fatal mistake he was just about to make. The following day was the start of half-term, and because Breck was to be staying with his father Barry for the duration, he informed him that he'd be sleeping over at a friend's house on the night of the 16th. While Barry was happy to see his son out socializing instead of sitting in front of his computer, he had no idea that Breck actually planned to take a taxi and stay overnight more than 30 miles away in Grays. Barry waited for Breck to return home the next morning, but he never came. And after multiple calls and texts went unanswered, Barry called Lauren and told her what was going on. Yet just as the pair was formulating a plan, they were struck with every parent's worst nightmare. Breck's gaming club friends had started receiving horrific text messages containing images of a bloody corpse, who they quickly realized was Breck. The photos spread like wildfire, and it didn't take long for word to reach Breck's family, with some people even reaching out to his 12-year-old triplet siblings to ask if the photos were real. A short time later, Essex police got an eerie call they would never forget.
You're telling me he's definitely dead?
Yes, I'm telling you he's definitely dead.
Right, okay, Louis, I need you to take me back through that again. So what happened last night?
Okay, he was in a mess. I tried again.
Just slow down again, Louis. I need to take...
I have a penknife in my room, adjacent to my bed. I have a chest drawer. I had a penknife on there, folded. He picked it up, opened it, and then lost control.
Putting off on the bedside table, Brett grabbed this. Yeah. What, in order to harm himself?
No, in order to harm me. He opened it and I lost control. I, in self-defense, put my left arm up to block him from stabbing me effectively. We struggled. I got him to the ground. He got up. I got the knife. Can you not interrupt me with this part?
Okay, go on.
Okay. This is being recorded anyway, isn't it?
Yeah.
I grabbed the knife and I stabbed him once in the back of the neck, I believe somewhere near the brainstem. He turned around, tried to carry it on, and I don't remember exactly what happened, but the fight ended with me cutting his throat. I believe I turned around and I slashed his throat. He fell onto the bed face first. I was trying to compress the wound at that time. And
no, are you still in the room where Brett is?
No.
Where are you?
But okay, don't interrupt me. Just let me explain this. If this is being recorded, I didn't know what to do. I don't remember what happened after that. All I know is I dropped the knife in my hallway, stood down, and just sat in the cell.
Right, you've left the weapon in the hallway.
Yes.
And have spent how long sitting in the shower?
I don't know. Look, are the police on their way? I can get.
They are.
I'm going to go and do my part. Please, thank you for your help.
Right, just okay.
Police were very suspicious of this strange account, and upon arriving at the scene, it was instantly clear that the brutal attack was one-sided, with zero evidence of an altercation. That's because they found Breck's lifeless body on the floor, with his ankles and wrists bound with duct tape. In addition, the 14-year-old boy had a massive laceration across his throat. Detectives found Breck's bloody clothes in a trash bag within the flat, and they also uncovered a pile of encrypted electronic equipment underwater in the sink. Lauren, who tragically learned of her son's senseless murder on her birthday, later stated in an interview,
I am heartbroken and lost without my Breck, and I will never be the same. He was murdered on my birthday this year, and so much of me died as well.
So who was behind this ruthless attack? Well, it was none other than Lewis, and contrary to the initial beliefs, he really was a fellow young gamer. Now allow me to shed a little light on this unsuspecting predator. Lewis Danes was a baby-faced 18-year-old unemployed computer engineer who spent most of his time playing online games. Investigators later determined that Lewis had complete control of the specific server used by the boys in Breck's gaming club, but apparently none of them really knew him. At 16, Lewis moved out of his family home and allegedly became very isolated from the outside world. Then he created an online persona that portrayed him as a multi-millionaire and started chatting with the younger boys. While they first respected his authority, Breck's other friends grew frustrated with Lewis over time, saying he would often mute them on the group chat and kick them out of games. However, they told detectives that Breck's allegiance to him intensified the more they tried to distance themselves from Lewis. Lewis displayed several psychopathic traits. He was charming, narcissistic, and he loved being in control. Muting the boys and kicking them off the games was one way he exerted his control. He was also highly intelligent, and his creation of a false persona about being a multimillionaire shows that he was a pathological liar. During the 911 call, he displays more psychopathic traits, such as when the 911 operator asked Lewis if his friend is definitely dead, and Lewis lets out a small laugh as he says yes. He has a very shallow affect, and at times is condescending, telling the operator on more than one occasion to not interrupt him. It's almost as if he is enjoying himself as he recounts the murder, and he shows no empathy for the suffering he's inflicted. And he is enjoying the power he has over the 911 operator when he tells her not to interrupt him. He even hangs up on the operator at the end, once again showing that he is in control of the situation. Lewis was arrested on the spot following the discovery of Breck's body and taken into custody. He contended that Breck's death was an accident, but his story had significant holes. As a result, his trial date was set for November 25th, 2014. However, he surprisingly changed his plea and confessed to the killing during the pretrial hearing. During this time, prosecutors commented on the brutality of the crime, noting the steps Lewis had taken before the murder, which included buying condoms, duct tape, and syringes. It's likely that Lewis chose Breck as his victim well in advance. He saw that Breck was vulnerable, and he took advantage of that situation. He likely gave Breck privileges and attention that he didn't give to the other boys, which made Breck feel special and therefore more loyal to him. Lewis was good-looking, charismatic, and he was idolized by Breck. He spent months earning Breck's trust, only to brutally kill him, achieving complete control. On January 12, 2015, Lewis Daines was handed a life sentence with a minimum term of 25 years in prison. Breck's mother said of the ruling, "No amount of years behind bars will ever change the poisonous attitude and actions of a psychotic animal who can behave this way." The Crown prosecutor also spoke to the court, saying, "The degree of planning and manipulation by Daines is shocking, and when you consider the young ages of perpetrator and victim, it stands out as one of the most cruel, violent, and unusual cases we've dealt with." Lauren and Barry took legal action against both the Surrey and Essex police departments for neglecting their reports of possible grooming. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for the Independent Police Complaints Commission, IPCC, to discover that the responding operator was ill-equipped to handle such a call. Beyond not being connected with a specialist agency, police never ran a background check on Lewis Daines. If they had, they would have seen on his record that he'd been accused of assaulting another young boy in 2011. Desperate to prevent this from happening to another innocent family, Barry and Lauren established the Breck Foundation, which seeks to create a safe internet environment for minors. Their slogan urges gamers to play virtual. Than real. The Bednar family may never recover from the tremendous loss, but they find a bit of solace in knowing their actions may help save another young life. And just like that, we're on to our second case. Oh, and you won't believe the surprising tool that cracks this viral case wide open. But let's start at the beginning, shall we? Haley Anderson was a 22-year-old nursing student at Binghamton University in New York. The shining fifth-year senior had many friends, and in one of her classes, she befriended another student named Orlando Tercero, a 23-year-old Nicaraguan native with dual citizenship. The two developed romantic feelings, but Haley made it clear that she wasn't interested in anything serious. Plus, she was already involved in an on-again, off-again relationship with her ex-boyfriend, Kevin Acampo. By all accounts, Haley just wanted to enjoy her freedom while in college, which included dating with no strings attached. Many reports state that Orlando simply couldn't accept the idea of her dating around. Haley's friends recalled him being obsessed with her, with one of her roommates reporting that Orlando would frequently come by their off-campus apartment without invitation. She also said that Haley attempted to distance herself from Orlando, but her kind, trusting nature made it extremely difficult. Orlando's roommates spoke of their relationship, saying, "Sometimes they were bickering, and other times they would laugh hysterically, and other times they kept their distances and wouldn't see each other for a little bit." It all seemed harmless, but then in September 2017, things took a threatening turn. Haley posted a Snapchat video showing that someone had slashed her car's tires. Kevin had been staying the night at her place, and not so coincidentally, Orlando had allegedly found out that he was dating Haley again the night before. Kevin said that he told Haley right away it must be Orlando, and he wasn't the only one who felt that way. Many of Haley's friends and family felt Orlando was responsible for the vandalization, but he denied the accusations and even tried to pin it on Kevin. Haley's mom was outraged and encouraged her daughter to file a police report against Orlando. However, when Haley realized it would be a felony charge with up to $600 in fines, she decided against reporting the incident. Her mother believes that she didn't want to be the reason Orlando was removed from the nursing program. Orlando exhibited the following common signs of violence toward a partner: showing extreme jealousy and possessiveness by not accepting that Haley wanted to date around, destroying belongings, such as allegedly slashing her tires when she began dating her ex again, and unpredictability. He also exhibited stalker-like tendencies, and his violence escalated over time, starting with allegedly slashing her tires. Over the next few months, Haley kept Orlando at arm's reach, but she eventually let him back into her life again, a choice that would soon prove to be a fatal mistake. While we can only speculate why she did this, it's quite common for victims in these situations to return to their abuser. There was clearly something about Orlando's personality that drew Haley to him initially, but abusers are not abusive all of the time. There are periods of time where the abuser can be quite charming and pleasant, which is something that makes the victim stay or draws them back in after they've left. Haley also didn't have solid proof that Orlando was the one who slashed her tires, so she may have rationalized to herself that he didn't deserve to be punished. From the way she's described, Haley was a very compassionate and empathetic person, which could be a factor in why she continued her friendship with Orlando despite the warning signs. On March 9th, 2018, Haley failed to show up to a planned hangout at a local bar and was unreachable by phone. It was very unusual for her not to answer calls or texts, and her friends couldn't even track her on Snapchat. Now, instead of calling the police and having them do all of the work, Haley's two roommates, Josie Arden and Michelle Topali, took investigative matters into their own hands. While it can take days or even weeks for police to obtain cell phone records and narrow down ping locations, Haley's roommates simply opened the Find My Friends iPhone app. But when they did, the young women were horrified by what they saw. Haley's phone was in Orlando's house. Unbeknownst to the two friends, Orlando's sister had already contacted police that day, requesting a welfare check at her brother's home. She said that he left her an ominous voicemail message, but no one answered the door when police arrived, so they left. That phone message could be a key in understanding Orlando's state of mind on that fateful day. Michelle and Josie sprang into action and made their way over to the house. When there was no answer at the door, Josie hoisted Michelle through an open window and then pulled herself inside. As soon as she got in, she heard Michelle scream. Josie, call 911. Haley's pale, lifeless body was draped across the bed, and Orlando was nowhere in sight. Authorities descended on the scene and found Haley with apparent bruising to her arms and neck. An autopsy the following day concluded that she'd been strangled and listed her cause of death as asphyxiation by neck compression. Meanwhile, investigators were busy reviewing surveillance footage from outside Orlando's house, and at around 4 in the morning, they saw Haley willingly enter the residence. She was never caught on the tape again, but Orlando appeared several more times. Because she entered the house willingly, it's clear that Haley trusted Orlando, and he completely broke that trust. Receipts found inside the house showed that one of those times was during a trip to CVS, where he purchased over-the-counter sleep aids. Detectives also found evidence that suggested Orlando had attempted to take his own life, including a Spanish-written note reading, "I'm so sorry for this, Father. I will see you soon." Then he was seen walking out the front door one last time, carrying luggage. Police quickly realized that Orlando had boarded a plane more than 3 hours away at New York's JFK International Airport and flown back to Nicaragua. He was captured on airport cameras with some kind of large bandage around his head, possibly from attempting to take his life. It is possible that he did not actually want to die himself, which is why his attempt failed and he chose to run away instead. Another possibility is that he didn't have access to more lethal means, such as a gun. But his attempt at escape shows that Orlando knew what he did was wrong. Now police were dealt the grueling task of catching a fugitive on the run in another country, and some of them feared Orlando had just gotten away with murder. But then, 4 days later, Orlando's mother brought him to a local hospital to treat his head wound, and Nicaraguan authorities arrested him. He was charged with second-degree murder. But based on his dual citizenship status, it wasn't going to be easy to bring him back to the U.S. An existing treaty between the two countries stated that neither was required to extradite one of its own. So, much to the dismay of Haley's loved ones, Nicaragua declined to extradite Orlando. As a result, his overseas trial began on September 1st, 2019, and he was now being charged with femicide under Nicaraguan law. This charge doesn't exist in the U.S., but represents the murder of a woman romantically involved with the defendant. Prosecutors painted the picture of a scorned college boy who couldn't handle Haley's rejection and let jealousy take over. On the other hand, Orlando's defense claimed their client had experienced temporary insanity at the time of the murder. Orlando didn't have temporary insanity, as his defense claimed. He exhibited a clear pattern of jealousy and possessiveness when it came to Haley. It was too much for him to have Haley in his life, and possibly in his classes, but know that she would not fully commit to him. Orlando likely felt that if he couldn't have Haley to himself, then no one could, which ultimately led to him making the decision to kill her. Murder was his permanent solution to keep Haley away from everyone else. Once both sides rested their case, the judge took just 90 minutes to reach a verdict. Guilty of femicide. Orlando was handed the maximum sentence of 30 years in a Nicaraguan prison. On February 4th, 2020, Orlando appeared in court once more to appeal his conviction, citing the need for another psychological evaluation. But the appeal was ultimately denied. As if it wasn't shocking enough that a fellow nursing student killed Haley. You know, someone who's supposed to be dedicated to helping others. Orlando was also someone she trusted and defended. Haley's father mournfully stated of his beloved daughter, "She was a kind, compassionate person who always saw the good in people and wanted to become a nurse to help others." Haley Anderson was loved by so many, and the swift action taken by her roommates says it all. I mean, they located her body before the police using a popular networking app. Whoa, would you look at that? We made it to case number 3. Now, get ready, because this last one will have you questioning everyone. Our story begins in St. Augustine, Florida. 21-year-old Amy Blount, a senior at Flagler College, was out on the town at a place called St. George's Tavern with a group of friends. It was getting late, and Amy's roommate, Kelly Brockman, decided to call it a night. When she left, Kelly said Amy was still at the tavern with a boy she had a crush on, named Sean Nolan. Kelly fully expected Amy to be back at their dorm room the following morning, so she was surprised to find her bed empty when she woke up. It wasn't typical of Amy to stay out all night, but at first, Kelly just figured her friend simply got swept away in a budding romance. However, when Amy failed to attend her classes that day, Kelly reached out to Sean for some peace of mind, but what he told her only intensified her fears. According to Sean, he left the bar at around 2 in the morning with Amy to go for a walk along the coastline. He explained that everything was fine until they got into a fight while waiting for a taxi. When the cab finally arrived, Sean said he got in and headed home while Amy walked off into the darkness on her own. The young man claimed that was the last time he saw her. But Amy's friends weren't buying his story. Kelly would later state in an interview, "As much as Amy liked Sean, I thought Sean didn't seem like he was really too concerned, to be honest." Amy's disappearance was reported to the local police, and Kelly took on the grueling task of informing her parents. Naturally, Amy's friends and family got right to work, trying to retrace her steps and passing out posters with her bright face. Meanwhile, detectives brought Sean down to the station for an interview, and they were instantly put off when his story changed from what he had told Amy's friends. In this different account of events, Sean told police that Amy had suddenly vanished while he was using a payphone to call a taxi. So investigators tracked down the cab driver, but things only got more confusing when he told them that Sean had been asleep on a park bench when he arrived. The driver also ominously said there was no sign of Amy anywhere. Around 10 days after her disappearance, authorities posted a $10,000 reward for any information leading to Amy. Many tips came flooding in, but only one proved valuable, and it came from a man named Timothy Gatchell. He told investigators that he recognized Amy from the flyers and had seen her downtown on the night she vanished. But then, he said something truly chilling. He saw her get into an older model vehicle with 2 unknown people. While the shocking new information scared Amy's loved ones, her family was so grateful for the help that they actually called Timothy to thank him personally. Police started scouring the area for cars matching Timothy's description, but were getting nowhere. Then a gruesome break in the case came a few weeks later. On New Year's Day, 1991, a man walking his dog in a secluded area of St. Augustine saw something horrific within a pile of logs. It was human bones. Officers rushed to the scene and discovered the corpse of a young woman wrapped in a floral bedsheet and hidden in a shallow grave. The victim was wearing the same clothes described by Amy's friends as those she was wearing on that fateful night, and slashed holes suggested a horrific cause of death. Although police already suspected it to be Amy, dental records confirmed her identity, and an autopsy revealed she had been stabbed 5 times. The once vibrant student also displayed bruises on her head and shoulder, indicating some kind of violent struggle had taken place. Investigators turned their attention back to the site where the body was found, as it seemed like a place only someone local would know. They contacted the property owner and learned that he rented out 2 mobile homes on the land. As a side note, he mentioned that one of the tenants had been giving him some trouble, and when he told investigators the man's name, their jaws hit the floor. It was Timothy Gatchell. Timothy was a high school dropout who worked random jobs around town and struck many people as strange. Police actually had some suspicions of the Good Samaritan from the jump, but they were put to rest when he passed a polygraph test, although those tests are notoriously unreliable. You could call it police intuition, but there was just something that wasn't right about him, said one of the detectives working the case. Sparked by this new development in the case, authorities raced to Timothy's home and found everything from traces of blood and long hair that matched Amy's to a floral sheet matching the one located at the crime scene. That might have been enough, but they also noticed a small piece of paper containing a phone number alongside the name, Toby. Police called the number and spoke with Toby, who said he'd been out at the bars with Timothy on the night in question and saw Amy. Toby was brought in for a formal interrogation, where he continued to tell them that he was driving when they saw Amy walking alone. Timothy told him to pull over so he could offer her a ride, and he did. According to Toby, Amy willingly got into the car, and they all headed back to Timothy's house. He alleged that Amy seemed uninterested in Timothy's advances towards her, but after going to the bathroom, he went back to his own house and didn't see either of them again that night. When Toby saw Amy's face all over town in the following weeks as a missing person, he confronted Timothy, who insisted he brought her back downtown later that night. He also said he saw her talking to 2 men in an older model car. So Toby, believing his friend needs to clear his name, urged Timothy to contact the police and report what he witnessed. That was more than enough for the police, who quickly returned to Timothy's house and arrested him. He initially maintained his innocence, swearing he brought Amy back downtown using the property owner's truck after Toby left. Now, that might have been just peachy if investigators hadn't uncovered a major flaw in his story. The truck he claimed to have used was resting in the driveway with 3 flat tires. Since he had been caught in a lie, Timothy finally started talking about what really happened that night. He admitted to fighting with Amy, but then said he blacked out, and when he woke up, Amy was lying on the floor bleeding from multiple stab wounds. Timothy finished by telling detectives that he went outside and dug a hole, wrapped Amy in a sheet, then said a prayer as he carried her body out to the shallow grave. Timothy Gatchell was charged with first-degree murder, and his trial was set for July 1991. Instead, however, he pleaded guilty to avoid the electric chair and was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Amy's family was devastated to learn that the person who took her away was the same person they trusted to be helping them. We hope someone will kill him in prison. We wanted him to die in the electric chair. I hope you're ready, because today I have 4 true crime stories lined up for you. And believe me, these are some of the most twisted cases I've ever encountered. Prepare yourself for the tale of a cold-blooded killer that absolutely no one suspected. And when you find out all of the details for their unspeakable crimes, you might never look at a farm the same way again. Susan Monaco was born Stephen Buchanan in California on July 8, 1948. She served in the U.S. Navy during the Vietnam War, and after being honorably discharged, she entered the world of engineering. Susan thrived in this field, and by 1991, she had saved enough money to buy a 20-acre parcel of farmland in rural Weimar, Oregon. From there, she wasted no time and immediately got to work building her own house, raising chickens and pigs. After years of working alone, Susan placed an ad on Craigslist in 2013, looking for some extra help on the farm. That's when 56-year-old Robert Haney entered the picture. He was a jack-of-all-trades and agreed to work as a handyman, laborer, and carpenter in exchange for cash payments and a place to stay on the property. However, when months passed without a word, his children decided he had gone a little too far off the grid for comfort. So, on New Year's Day 2014, his worried children drove out to the farm, but were promptly greeted by Susan, who insisted she hadn't seen him since he quit and left 4 months earlier. Furthermore, she asked if they could take care of his remaining belongings, including his trailer and dog, which seemed very odd to, well, everyone. Jesse said of being on the farm, "It made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up." Haney's kids sprang into action and filed a missing persons report with the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. However, they found it very difficult to track him down because his income was mainly cash, which meant he left no paper trail behind. Additionally, they discovered that no one had heard from him in months. So naturally, detectives made their way over to Susan's property to inquire about Haney's disappearance, where they were met with a shocking scene. There were cars and different vehicles strewn about the property, with piles of debris all over and strange odors permeating the air. Susan explained to police that Robert had lived and worked on the property for roughly 6 months before he up and left in early fall. According to Susan, he received a disturbing phone call shortly before his departure from a relative, saying she had been the victim of assault. Susan told deputies that Haney was distraught over the news and began drinking profusely and behaving erratically before suddenly leaving the farm and all of his possessions behind. Susan's story seemed very suspicious to police, but obviously they couldn't go off just a hunch. However, their gut instincts would soon be validated when they tracked Haney's Oregon Trail electronic benefit transfer card. They were startled to find that his card had been used in December after Susan alleged he disappeared at a Walmart just 25 minutes from her property. Adding fuel to the fire, detectives watched the security camera footage and saw Susan clear as day using Haney's EBT card. Officers executed a search warrant on the farm, but it was no easy job as they had to sift through massive heaps of industrial waste, rotten food, and garbage. But the worst was yet to come. As they made their way through the filth, investigators saw something absolutely chilling sticking out from a catchment pond. It was a human leg. It appeared to have been cut mid-femur, down to the toes. Immediately, Susan was taken downtown for questioning, and she offered a bizarre story to detectives. She claimed to have stumbled upon a feeding frenzy in the pig pen last fall, and Haney was in the middle, so rather than call the police, Susan grabbed a gun and shot him to put him out of his misery before leaving his body there for a few more days. Then she put his remains in various garbage bags and left them in the barn, saying an animal must have found them and dragged the leg down to the pond. Susan told investigators that she didn't immediately tell them the truth because she was scared of what might happen to her pigs. So, it's not a pretty story, but it's certainly plausible. That is, until Susan kept talking. Now, here's where things really take a twisted turn, because when asked one last time what detectives might find on her property during the search, Susan finally caved and admitted they might find something else. She requested a pencil and paper to sketch a map of her property, and to the absolute horror of every investigator, she drew a large X right in the middle. Susan said, "Right there. That's where you're going to find Steve." Wait, what? Yes. Susan just outright confessed to concealing the body of another handyman named Stefan Delicino. She told them he had worked on her farm a year before Haney and blamed him for stealing 2 of her guns in the summer of 2012. According to Susan, when she confronted him about the theft, they started wrestling and one of the guns went off, shooting Delicino in the head. However, the blast didn't kill him, and he began chasing Susan to the barn where she raised a rifle and shot him once more in the head. So, what did she do next, you ask? Morbidly, she fed his body to her pigs, and then buried whatever was left behind where she had marked the X. As if this story couldn't get any more outlandish, police asked Susan once again during the interview if there was anything else she forgot to mention. Her response sent a chill down their spines. She confessed to burying 17 more bodies on the farm. As I'm sure you saw coming, Susan Monica was arrested on January 14th, 2014, and booked on 2 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of abuse of a corpse, and 1 count of identity theft. Over the next few weeks, investigators continued to comb through the mess at Susan's farm, and they dug around 100 holes until they located the remains of Haney and Delicino. Interestingly, they were unable to find any other bodies on her property. However, the lead investigator maintains that more people are out there, as they did locate a massive pile of shoes during the search. Additionally, several witnesses testified to seeing her feed animals to her pigs, with many saying she even joked about feeding humans to them as well. Pleading not guilty on all counts, Susan took many liberties representing herself during her trial, and even cross-examined the case's lead investigator, Eric Henderson. She would regularly interrupt the trial proceedings and was removed from the courtroom several times. The prosecution alleged that her sequence of events was incredibly skewed and claimed that the evidence pointed to Susan having intentionally shot both men before feeding them to her pigs. During the second week of the trial, an Oregon State Police anthropologist testified that Haney's legs were removed with an axe and that his thigh bones could have been gnawed on by animals. However, he couldn't state with certainty whether or not Haney was deceased before the dismemberment of his legs. But he did declare that Delacino had been shot 3 or 4 times in the head. Strangely, a cellmate of Susan's also testified that she had signed a birthday card in jail from the sweetest murderer in Jackson County. Her attorneys tried to say it was just a sick sense of humor, but the court thought otherwise. On the very last day of her trial, April 21st, 2015, and while Circuit Judge Tim Barnack addressed the jury prior to deliberations, Susan interrupted court one more time, raising her hand and saying, "I'd like to demonstrate how I shot him for 10 seconds. At first, she was simply ignored, but then she started lifting her hands in a crazed demonstration, and the judge ordered sheriff's deputies to take her away until the verdict was read. Finally, after deliberating for just 1 hour, a jury found Susan Monica guilty on all counts. She was thereby sentenced to a minimum of 50 years at Coffee Creek Correctional Facility, with no opportunity for parole. The families of Robert Haney and Stephen Delacino were at last given the closure they so desperately craved. I'll leave you with a quote from Judge Tim Barnack, who oversaw the trial. "You shot 2 people and fed them to your pigs. I don't know how else I can put it. You valued pigs more than you value people. It may sound harsh, but you are a cold-blooded killer. I couldn't have said it better myself." Alexandria Allie Madison Costiel was born on September 11, 1997, in St. Louis, Missouri, to Cindy and Keith Costiel. In July 2019, Allie was gearing up for her senior year at the University of Mississippi, and she recruited her parents' help in setting up her new off-campus apartment. While the 21-year-old couldn't wait to graduate in the spring of 2020 with a marketing degree, she was also excited to be teaching yoga and Pilates classes throughout the year. So, Allie said a heartfelt goodbye to her parents after several days together. What they didn't know was that it would be the last time they would ever see their beloved daughter alive again. In just 3 short days, the once bright and bubbly young woman would be found dead. At around 1:15 in the afternoon on Friday, July 19th, 2019, Allie wrapped up an exam for her Introduction to Retail summer school course. It's unclear what she did next, but we know for sure that at around midnight, she was caught on surveillance video footage leaving Funky's Pizza and Daiquiri Bar, located in the heart of the Oxford Square, wearing a blue dress and a white jacket. She could be seen walking across the street to wait at the corner outside the famous Rooster's Blues house. After several minutes of Allie standing outside, appearing to be on her phone, a gray Uber minivan pulls up, and she gets in. Her roommate, Lauren Riddick, reported seeing her friend back home at around midnight, but she couldn't verify when she left the apartment again. Some sources claim she was picked up on surveillance footage at a convenience store near Harmontown early Saturday morning with a mysterious man. In any case, a discovery later that morning would shake the college town right to its bones. Allie's body was discovered just before 10:30 at a campsite on Sardis Lake by a Lafayette County Sheriff's Department deputy patrolling the Buford Ridge area of Harmontown, approximately 30 miles from the university. The Lafayette County Sheriff's Department confirmed her shocking death on Sunday afternoon, and it was immediately labeled as a homicide. Well, it didn't take long for the name Brandon Thiesfield to emerge. Originally from Fort Worth, Brandon was a former Ole Miss student who had developed an on-again, off-again relationship with Allie a few years earlier. According to close friends, their relationship was complicated, to say the very least. And it only became more unstable when Allie sent Brandon images of an inconclusive home pregnancy test in April 2019. He responded to her with a text saying a baby would ruin his life, and his computer revealed countless searches for abortion services and pills. Over the next 3 months, communication between the pair grew more strained as Allie repeatedly requested to meet up and discuss whether she was pregnant or not. Sadly, however, things took a turn for the worse on July 12, 2019, when Brandon reportedly sent Allie an ominous message telling her there was no need to meet. Unbeknownst to everyone, he had traveled back home to Texas and retrieved his father's .40 caliber Glock 22. 2 days later, he posted a photo of the pistol to social media with the caption, "Finally taking my baby back to Oxford." Oh, and that's not all. It turns out this guy was pretty busy on his computer the next few days as well. According to the state's evidence, he looked up tactical face masks, how to listen to police scanners, and even how serial killer Ted Bundy lured victims. You know, totally normal stuff. Anyways, Brandon made his way back to Oxford on July 16th, 2019, and texted Allie the next day to let her know that he was finally ready to meet in person. Then, just after 9 that night, he messaged back asking her to let him know when she was home. Brandon picked Allie up from her apartment, and surveillance captured his truck headed towards Sardis Lake at around 1:15 in the morning. Approximately 1 hour later, a resident of South Sardis Lake reported hearing gunshots, and by 2:50 in the morning, GPS data showed Brandon's cell phone moving back towards Oxford. As word of Allie and Brandon's tumultuous relationship began to surface, law enforcement officers grew eager to speak with him. However, after failing to appear at the station twice, the police had no choice but to bring him in the hard way. On the morning of July 22nd, 2019, Brandon was apprehended at a gas station in South Memphis with the murder weapon still in his truck. He was booked into the Lafayette County Detention Center that afternoon, ironically, just as Allie's body was sent to the state crime lab in Pearl for an autopsy. Meanwhile, as the investigation into Brandon's Oxford apartment commenced, police uncovered a 2-page handwritten letter saying, "Dear Mom and Dad, I'm not a good person. It is not your fault. Something in me just doesn't work. I've always had terrible thoughts. I've always had these demons. I know I'm going to get caught." Pretty damning, if you ask me. Furthermore, ballistics tests verified that the shell casings and bullets found in and around Allie's body matched the gun found in Brandon's possession. He was officially charged with her murder on July 23, 2019. Brandon's father quickly hired attorneys who declared their client intended to enter a not guilty plea. As the trial got underway, an astonishing piece of evidence came to light that made this case even more senseless and painful for those who loved Allie. While it didn't come as a surprise to anyone that the autopsy report listed her cause of death as multiple gunshot wounds, it was a complete shock to learn that she was not, in fact, pregnant. During Allie's autopsy, the medical examiner found no evidence to support that she had been expecting at the time of the heinous crime. And although Brandon has never fully admitted his motive for killing Allie, many suspect it was due to the possible pregnancy, and it was undeniably the thread holding this entire case together. So, therefore, it's devastatingly possible that Allie was murdered over something that wasn't even true. After it came out that Brandon was facing a capital murder charge, he publicly switched his plea to guilty of murder in the first degree. This change was very strategic, given it took the death penalty and life in prison without the possibility of parole off the table. Consequently, Brandon Thiesfield was sentenced to life in jail and will be eligible for a conditional release when he turns 65. In her heartbreaking obituary, people were encouraged to honor the Ole Miss student by taking time to fully appreciate the world's natural beauty, something Allie did every day of her short life. All right, Now let's move on to the next case. And be careful not to jump to conclusions here, because sometimes the killer isn't who you first suspect. The date is Monday, June 17th, 2019, and 23-year-old Mackenzie Lueck has just returned to Salt Lake City after attending her grandmother's funeral in her hometown of El Segundo, California. Her flight landed at 1:35 in the morning. Shortly after, Mackenzie got into a lift outside the airport, and from there, she seemingly vanished into thin air. On Thursday, June 20th, 2019, Mackenzie's father contacted the Salt Lake City Police Department, frantically explaining that he hadn't heard from his daughter since Sunday night. Word spread fast, and by the next day, friends and family were handing out flyers with the missing girl's face on them all around Salt Lake City. A little background. Mackenzie Beth Lueck grew up in the Los Angeles suburb as the second of Diana and Gregory Lueck's 4 children, and the couple's only daughter. She was known for her infectious smile and outgoing personality. Seeking some independence, Mackenzie enrolled at the University of Utah, majoring in kinesiology and pre-nursing. So, Mackenzie had just disappeared after getting into a lift, and naturally, investigators wanted to speak with the driver right away. And just like everyone else, they had their suspicions. Nevertheless, police managed to track down the man behind the wheel, Michael Canada, who fully cooperated and admitted to dropping the young woman off at Hatch Park in North Salt Lake, just 20 minutes away from the university. He claimed it was a pretty typical ride, but as the two made small talk, he said Mackenzie mentioned how strange it was to be dropped off in the middle of a park so late at night. Still, she said a friend would be picking her up. Chillingly, he told investigators that he had even put Mackenzie's bag into the trunk of the Subaru that pulled up around 3 in the morning, but he didn't get close enough to see the driver. Michael Canada was officially cleared by police in relation to Mackenzie's disappearance. Although a setback in the investigation, this discovery meant that the person everyone immediately suspected wasn't actually the last person to see her alive. Police grew more desperate for answers, and on June 24th, 2019, they made a public plea for any information regarding her whereabouts. They even released the last known footage of Mackenzie from the airport, but no clues came until they took a closer look at her phone. Mackenzie, like many other young women, was active on several dating platforms, including Tinder, Seeking Arrangement, and Call Her Daddy. As police dug deeper into her dating app history, the name Ayoola Ajayi stood out as someone Mackenzie had been chatting with on the night she vanished. In addition to a slew of incriminating images and messages from that night, cell phone data also placed them both in Hatch Park at 3 in the morning, on June 17th, 2019. Officers questioned him at his home, but with no hard evidence to go on, they had no choice but to leave empty-handed. 1 week after Mackenzie went missing, Ayoola voluntarily walked into the Salt Lake City Police Department to offer an alibi, explaining to police that he was with his baby mama and had never met Mackenzie in person. He appeared cooperative during his conversation with officers and said he came down because I knew I could help. That might have worked out just swell if it wasn't for the digital footprints he left behind, which resulted in a search warrant being issued 2 days later. On Wednesday, June 26, 2019, investigators searched his home, and what they found sent a ripple of fear through the community. After digging holes in the backyard where neighbors reported witnessing Ayoola burning something with a horrible smell, police could be seen leaving the residence with multiple bags and boxes of evidence. Testing would later confirm that some of the items included human remains and Mackenzie's personal belongings. They also searched for a mattress and box spring Ayoola had listed for free on the website Let Go just a few days earlier. As if this case couldn't get any creepier, contractor Brian Wolf was watching the news when he realized he knew the home being searched. He explained to police that the man living there had asked him to build a weird room 3 months earlier, but he declined after hearing the unsettling details of his request. Ayoola had asked the contractor to customize a hollowed-out area under the front porch into a secret soundproof room with large hooks anchored above head height into the concrete wall. 1 day after the extensive search, a SWAT team arrested Ayoola at gunpoint. The 31-year-old tech support worker was booked into the Salt Lake County Jail for investigation of aggravated murder, aggravated kidnapping, desecration of a human body, and obstruction of justice. The investigation narrowed in on Logan Canyon, an isolated location nearly 100 miles north. Mackenzie's charred remains were recovered on July 3, 2019, in a shallow grave in the canyon. According to his lawyer, Ayula had planned to murder Mackenzie before ever meeting her in person, and had even switched off his home security cameras in advance. After picking her up at the park, Ayula drove Mackenzie to his home, forcibly tied her hands behind her back, and strangled her with a belt until she stopped moving. However, an autopsy determined her cause of death to be from blunt force trauma to the left side of her head. Strangely, she was also found to be missing part of her scalp and had a 5-centimeter hole in her skull. Ayula confessed to burning her remains the next day before burying her body and some belongings in his backyard. After police paid him a visit, he dug up the remains and took them to Logan Canyon. Ayula gave a brief apology to the Luick family in court, saying, "I'm sorry for what I did, and I deserve what I get, deserve what I'm going to get. I know this won't bring her back." The motive behind Mackenzie's death remains unknown, but prosecutors alleged he simply wanted to know what it felt like to take someone's life. Either way, Ayula pleaded guilty to murdering Mackenzie and is now serving life in prison. Ahmet St. Guillen was born in Boston, Massachusetts on March 2nd, 1981, to Samundo Guillen and Maureen St. Hilaire. Sadly, her father passed away when she was just 9 years old, but Ahmet continued his legacy by pursuing a master's degree in criminal justice at John Jay College of Criminal Justice in New York City. The beautiful and bright student was on track to graduate in May 2006 and was even ranked in the top 5% of her class. But sadly, Ahmet's life would be cut short just months before that could happen. With her 25th birthday rapidly approaching, Ahmet took a trip to Florida with friends and family, returning to New York on Friday, February 24th, 2006. Ahmet decided to go out bar hopping in the Bowery area of New York City with her best friend, Claire Higgins. The girls were out until around 3:30 in the morning when Claire decided to call it a night. She begged her friend to catch a cab home with her, but Ahmet stubbornly insisted on staying out a little bit longer. The two had a heated discussion before Claire, realizing she couldn't force Ahmet to do anything, got into the cab and drove away. Concerned about her safety, Claire called roughly 30 minutes later to check in, and much to her relief, Ahmet said that she had moved to a different bar but would be heading home soon. Tragically, just 17 hours later, police received an anonymous phone call at around 8:30 on Saturday evening, informing them of a dead woman's body found on the side of a remote street in Brooklyn. When authorities arrived on the scene, they were met with something more gruesome than they could have ever imagined. An unidentified young woman was found naked and wrapped in a comforter with her hands and feet tied, her head bound with clear packing tape, and a sock shoved down her throat. There was no identification on or near the body, and the presence of broken and bloodied fingernails indicated that she had desperately fought for her life. Investigators were immediately struck by the level of violence inflicted, and oddly, they also discovered that someone had intentionally hacked off portions of her hair. An autopsy later revealed the unimaginable pain and torture she had endured in her final moments, concluding that she had been brutally beaten and assaulted before succumbing to asphyxiation. Additionally, they noticed strange red fibers attached to the adhesive tape, but there was still very little to go on at that point. The Special Victims Squad of the New York Police Department got right to work, seeking to identify the unknown woman or the anonymous male caller. After several hours with no contact, Ahmet's family began to grow worried. They filed a missing persons report with police the next day, Sunday, and Ahmet's sister, Alejandra, drove from Boston to New York to check out her Upper West Side apartment. While she was there, Alejandra got in touch with the police, who, after hearing of Ahmet's recent trip to Florida, requested she come down to the station. You see, the body in the morgue had very distinctive tan lines, and when Alejandra arrived, She was, unfortunately, able to positively identify the woman as her sister. Simultaneously, Claire had been out canvassing the city, looking for any sign of Amet and sharing her photo with anyone who would listen. Finally, she stopped at a bar called The Falls on Lafayette Street to ask if anybody there had seen her when Alejandra called to deliver the devastating news. Tears streaming down her face, Claire turned to the bar's manager, Danny Dorian, and said, "My friend was missing, but they found her body." The manager responded without any emotion, saying, "New York can be a tough town." Due to the incredibly violent nature of the crime, detectives suspected the motive was personal and began looking into Amet's love life. They contacted her ex-boyfriend, and for a brief period, police thought they had their guy, but he was ruled out due to an airtight alibi. Strangely, just 2 weeks before the attack on Amet, a woman had been picked up in a cab and was violently assaulted before being thrown out into the street. Now, of course, New York is a big city, but the attack took place just a few blocks from where Amet's lifeless body had been dumped, so it seemed far from coincidental. As a result, newspapers went to town with headlines depicting a crazed cabbie on the loose. Then, suddenly, following a heartfelt plea from Amet's mother on the local news, the cab driver responsible for assaulting the other woman turned himself in to police. Still, like the ex-boyfriend, he too had a rock-solid alibi for the night of February 24th, 2006. So, their hunt for a vicious killer continued. Detectives scoured the area surrounding Amet's last known whereabouts, going into every bar and trying to gather any clues. But their big break didn't come until her credit card records came back. The last charge on Amet's card was at the Falls. Yes, you heard me right. That's the same bar Claire had been at when she got the heartbreaking call from Alejandra. Oh, and remember the bar's not-so-nice manager, Danny Dorian? Well, it turns out police claimed he hadn't been entirely truthful when they first came to ask questions. According to investigators, Dorian was very evasive during their first visit and asserted that he had never seen Amet before. However, with new evidence proving she was last seen alive at the Falls, he came clean. Dorian told police that Emmett had been halfway through her second drink at closing time and got angry when asked to leave, so the bouncer, Daryl Littlejohn, escorted her from the premises. The manager reported hearing the two arguing outside the bar for a short period, and then nothing. All right, now get ready for this. Dorian's twisted reason for not telling detectives that Emmett was in his bar that night had nothing to do with Emmett, but another high-profile murder. That's because his family owned Dorian's Red Hand on the Upper East Side, the spot where convicted killer Robert Chambers, a.k.a. the Preppy Killer, met 18-year-old Jennifer Levin in 1986 before strangling her to death in Central Park. According to Dorian, he remembered all too well how his family was treated during that time and couldn't bear the idea of more negative publicity. The fact that yet another attractive young woman found herself at a Dorian-owned establishment and wound up dead the very same night certainly raised some eyebrows, but police had to speak with the bouncer to get the whole story. Authorities first looked into Littlejohn's background and found some disturbing information, including that he had spent more than 12 years in prison for drug possession and armed robbery charges. Additionally, he was out on parole at the time and had been violating the curfew of his agreement by working at the bar. After hours of being interviewed, Littlejohn finally started talking and admitted to accompanying Amet out of the bar, but insisted they both went their separate ways. Fortunately, police were able to hold him on the parole violation while they searched for more evidence, and it didn't take long to uncover some seriously incriminating details. Detectives weren't surprised by the lack of eyewitnesses, given it was around 4 in the morning. But in the city that never sleeps, the homeless population is always watching. So they spoke with a homeless man named Miguel Angel Cruz, who claimed to have seen Littlejohn walking a very intoxicated Amet down the street towards a dark van. He heard him say, "Don't worry, I'll take you home," before putting her in the front seat and driving away. At his home, authorities found the same van described by Cruz in Littlejohn's driveway, and that was just the tip of the iceberg. Inside his basement apartment, A red carpet and several fur coats carried fibers matching those found at the crime scene. Cell phone tower records provided additional evidence that the bouncer was moving from his home to a location near where the body was found. Then, just as things were really heating up, police made a bombshell announcement. The blood found on the zip ties around Amet's wrists was a match to Daryl Littlejohn. He was subsequently charged with 1 count of first-degree murder and 2 counts of second-degree murder for her death. Naturally, photos of Littlejohn and his vehicle were plastered all over the news, and right away, 2 women came forward to share their own harrowing stories. They both testified that he had posed as a police officer in Queens and abducted them in the same black van, confirming the detective's suspicions that Littlejohn was an incredibly dangerous individual with a history of assault. After being charged with the 2 attacks in Queens, prosecutors used this evidence at his trial for the murder of Amet St. Gian. Opening arguments began on May 11, 2009, with the defense claiming Littlejohn was being framed to protect Danny Dorian. However, after a series of chilling testimonies and condemning evidence, the prosecution rested their case on May 28, 2009. It took the jury less than 7 hours to reach a verdict: guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life without parole and will serve it consecutively alongside his previous 25-year-to-life term for kidnapping the Queens woman. It's beyond devastating to think that someone who wanted nothing more than to advocate for others became the victim of such a heinous crime.
When you forgot the gift, are running low or are running late?